Hello, hello. The moment I pressed start streaming, had a huge coughing fit. Like, I got a little bit of the hiccups. I think we're going to stream today, no matter what. And it's good having you here. We are working on Brackeys Game Jam today. I'm starting a little bit early this week, so people might not pop in for a little bit, but we're just going to vibe. We started on this game yesterday. We've got pretty good base in place, I guess. I'll show you around. I'll show you the game jam prompt and theme and stuff as well. But while I'm here talking and waiting for people to come on in, I'm realizing our stream schedule hasn't been updated in a long time because I am not, doing Minecraft streams anymore. So let me just update that real fast, if I can even find that, and we'll be on our way. There we go. Perfect. We're doing it live. Alrighty, so let's just get into things. I've started on some stuff. We'll jump in, but first, let me show off Brackeys Game Jam. For people who don't know, Brackeys used to do tons and tons of awesome YouTube videos for helping people make Unity games. And he currently got back in the game, is now making YouTube videos on teaching people how to make Godot games. So if you're interested in either of those, I recommend both of his old and new content. Very, very cool guy. He's up there with like Code Monkey, and those might be the top two that I'd recommend to learn some game dev from. But he hosts a game jam every year. So if you're not familiar with what a game jam is, it's basically just like a little 1 week or 1 month or sometimes 1 day challenge where you get a theme or a prompt on day one of it, and your task is to make a game in just a week. Oh, I see. We're getting started fast. All right. Hello, Human. Hey, Nojul. Hello, everyone. Oh, my goodness. I was literally just explaining what a game jam is. We're that early in. It's been a long time since I've been rated. I don't even know if I have, like, effects and stuff. I didn't hear anything. But welcome on in, everybody. My name's Andrew. You came in from Human. He's a great guy, great dev, makes the perfect games, always makes them super fast and never has any bugs. Let me shout him out real fast. You all just came from his stream, so I know you know who he is, but my 1 or 2 viewers that we had before, go check out Human. If you're unfamiliar, a game is a thing that is like, how do you even describe a game? I don't even know. Thing you play. But a game jam is a little challenge in like a week or a month or something to make a game, which is incredibly fast for people who don't make games. Context, like, it takes a very, very, very long time to make games. Brackeys Game Jam is 1 week, so you're going to see a lot of very simple games, but that's kind of the fun. That's the challenge. I will show off what we have in just a second, but the theme for this jam is Nothing Can Go Wrong. It's been fun seeing everybody's interpretations of that. Human, I'm curious how your what are those cars called? Box cars? How the box cars are going to fit in there? If it's just like you can't mess up or everything is being destroyed. It's been fun watching on like the Discord to see everybody's interpretations. But the theme is Nothing Can Go Wrong. So our game is we're gonna call it Nothing Can Go, comma, wrong address. And let me tuck away some of this UI stuff that I was working on, and I will show a brief little what I got through yesterday, which was my first day working on it. The gist is, this is obviously very placeholder graphics. I actually just drew my first sprite sheet. Let's see if I can grab that here. Oh yeah, I already put it in. I drew my first sprite sheet to learn about how to like cut and do all that. Can I just open this? I don't know if it'll actually work out well, but we have some furniture. We're gonna put it around the house. The gist of the game is you're just hanging out at home, and a moving company shows up and says, "Hey, we're here to help you move. Stand back, don't do anything. We will pack up all your stuff, put it in the truck in a jiffy, and you'll be out of here." And you're kind of like, "Hey, I didn't order. I'm not moving." So you need to stop all the movers from grabbing all your furniture. You grab it out of their hands, you put it back, and then you can nail down your furniture to keep them from taking it repeatedly. So you're kind of going to be scored on how far, like how many pieces you let get put on the truck that you lose forever, and also like when you're putting furniture back, how far you are from the original source point for it. Let's see. Every time you get into the boxcar, the character is going to say, "What could possibly go wrong?" And then everything goes wrong. Perfect. I love the verbatim call out to the theme. Am I working alone? I'm probably going to be working alone on it. I do have a co-founder at my game studio. He is also working on his own thing, but he's been pretty deep in the code of our real like big game this week, so I don't know if I'll get to it, but he might jump in, help me a little bit. I might jump in and help him a little bit, but so far it's just been me hacking away. I had some ideas of what to build originally, and then like as soon as the competition started, I was like, nah, I need to find something new. So this is what we've got so far. We've got some furniture. You'll see. Let's just go ahead and play this. I think it'll be hopefully clear what's going on without the graphics yet. But truck comes in, unloads a bunch of movers. You've got your house layout. Blue squares are your furniture. They're all going to pile out of their truck. They're going to grab your furniture and bring it back to their truck to load it in. You can run up to them, grab furniture out of their hands with spacebar, put it back down on the ground with spacebar, and then I think it's X to nail stuff down. Everything is very instant right now, except actually playing the game apparently. But we're gonna add in some like timers and stuff. So they're gonna come in, they pathfind to random furniture, but you can like grab furniture and take it away. They're gonna grab it back. They get stuck on each other. It's fun times. But like nailing furniture down, grabbing stuff, putting it back. And if you put something back like too far away, it's gonna say like, no, it goes over there, and you'll get penalized. But I think it might be fun. We'll see. I think it's fun that it can scale pretty easily based on like different house layouts, both in like size, number of exits, number of workers, number of trucks, like number of furniture as well. So there'll be a lot to play with there, but I mostly just tried to get the systems working here. And I think they're mostly working. So we might work on some graphics today. I need to get like UI. I want to get scoring done. I'll probably do sound tomorrow. And yeah, there's lots of other like fiddly bits, but I'm glad that yesterday went so well. Like I didn't expect to get a lot done. I was just trying to get some done. But yeah, this is where we're starting at today. It's good to have everyone here. Welcome on in. Hope I can be as entertaining as Human was. Enjoy prepping some food. Enjoy the food when you eat it. I'll be around. Thanks for the raid again. But yeah, I guess one thing, like there's a couple places we could start today. Like we need to do a little bit of kind of the general flow of like, you don't necessarily want people just showing up immediately. I want you to have some time to like look at the house. I want the movers to like come to your front door and you need to go answer the door. And that's when you get the little dialogue boxes of like how things work, what to do. So like when they get about here, then they will wait for you to answer the door. And there's scoring we need to do. There's like pathfinding around each other because then they're getting stuck. Maybe there's other interactions that we can do with the furniture. I want to try and get that sprite sheet in. Oh yeah, I guess I can show them. They just load it up on the truck. I'll probably have them do like a little bit of a timer there of takes them a few seconds to load it on, so you can grab it out of their hands in the meantime. But they're just gonna load it all up and then they'll leave when the stuff is all gone, and you'll get your score. Maybe you go on to the next level or something. Still figuring it all out. But yeah, that's kind of the gist. I just last night drew this sprite sheet, and I've never drawn a sprite sheet before. I still need to like color stuff and everything. But I want to see if it is easy to import in and use, or if like I'll just need to grab some assets or something. But I just wanted to try drawing it all, and I'm wondering how I even get started here. Okay, so it actually looks like it cut stuff out pretty easily. I don't know what all this is, but that seems fine to me. Maybe I can delete some of these. I did have like some sketches and stuff down here on the canvas, so maybe it's just little artifacts. Let's just clean that up real fast. But the idea is I just want to get this sliced and working. So, oh yeah, there was definitely some artifacts there. So we can place furniture around the house. We can play a little The Sims, basically designing different houses. And then I will go ahead and color all these and do that tonight. And then hopefully I can just swap that sprite sheet in with all the same slicing and stuff. But that means, theoretically, can I just drag stuff in? Let's see. They are sprites, so I don't need a canvas. Can we see things? Looks like it's able to me. We do need to kind of standardize like sizing. I drew them all to be, I think it was 32 by 32. Some of them are like multiple squares wide, like 1 by 2. But I think these will work. But that's exciting. That was easier than I expected. I assumed I'd be like cutting and doing all that. But I think I haven't thought about like the resolution and stuff yet. So what I want to do is probably standardize to these sizes. So the walls and furniture and stuff are way too big. The player is too big, rather than scaling these up. And then we can build the houses around it. Because I want to do a small itch.io resolution. And yeah, I mean, do we just design the first house, I guess? I always get to the point where I build like system stuff in, and then I'm like, all right, there's now 20 different things that I could do. What should I do now? I also started a little bit on some canvas stuff last night for scoring. So we'll have a timer, like 60 seconds per level or something. We'll have a counter for how many pieces of furniture you let get put on the truck. And we'll also have some sort of like distance scoring. You saw those lines like connecting furniture back to where it goes. I think it makes sense to put the real furniture sprites in before we work on some of this, because it's kind of hard to know what furniture goes where right now when it's all just the same blue box. So let's nix that out. Let's, I guess, try and make a little house, I guess. So it's been a very long time since I've started a project from scratch, so I'm still getting back into how things work. But if we check out, does camera have like a resolution on it? So our furniture was much smaller, so we're gonna need like a smaller size here. So we bring that in. Well, that looks even smaller than it was before. Okay, let's just see how far we need to bring it in for this camera to look good. And I guess they're a little blurred, so we need to go turn off the filter. Get that a little bit more pixels. But, I mean, I used a soft brush, so they're going to be a little pixelated anyway. Let's see. Sure, that's probably fine. I still need to draw, like, the movers and the player and everything, but, yeah, we're getting into it. Maybe we design our first house here. What is this? Oh, an event system. Hey, Tony, welcome on in. Need to get cooking. Yeah. I'm excited to see yours. You should say in the chat if you want what your idea is. I don't want to give it away, but I think it's going to be really cool. You were cooking on some cool stuff in Unreal before, so it's exciting to see things ramping up. And I'm wondering if I actually do want to scale these guys up a little bit. What happens if I do that? Seems fine. All right, so if they scale up like that, it's roughly the size that I was shooting for. So maybe we don't need to do all this camera scaling that I was going to do. So like back to 10-ish. You know what? We probably do want to bring it in though. But that should map pretty easily to, yeah. All right. Things are working all right. So one other thing that we could do as like a variable on the furniture is give different furniture different weights. So like if some worker picks up your couch, they're gonna move slower than if they pick up like a house plant or something else small, I guess. But I think we can get into all that later. I just wanted to see if we could get furniture working. I think we can. And I think if we just have our main furniture prefab, we can just assign whatever sprite we want to that. So is this a desk? Let's grab something that's 2x1. It's 12 is the desk. So if we take 12, put it over here, unscale, and then just adjust our collider to fit it. Yeah, we can do something like this. Not too shabby. I would love to see now what that desk looks like when a mover picks it up and runs away with it. We have a tile system that we use for pathfinding here, which is what you're seeing here. Oops. Not too bad. All right. I think that'll work. Yeah, I think that'll be really fun. If we can get like the whole house, this hand-drawn style, I think that'd be really cool. I'll draw like a road out here, the house design, the workers and stuff. So I think that'll work. We'll just, let's get that all plugged in, I suppose. Let's see. So happy you got the kinematic controller working. Oh yeah. I saw the video. It looks so cool. Let me share that real fast. For anybody watching, normally I do dev streams every Tuesday on our bigger game, Elixir Emporium, big crafting RPG. Tony is working on some controller reworks, basically rewriting all of my controller code because we got a lot of feedback saying people wanted WASD controls instead of the RuneScape controls that I ham-fisted in. Let's see if I can find... Where'd you share that video? Is it general dev? There we go. But he's been working on this bad boy. Looks so much nicer. It's so much work to get it all like working and smooth and feeling good. So shout out to Tony for rocking it. And I know you got the special double jump at the end, but if people want to see that, all right, I'll show it. Let's skip forward a little bit though. Let's go like here. All right, and the fabled new double jump. Still need to smooth out that camera a little bit, but you got this. Noticing your toolbar is not refreshing. There we go. Look at this beautiful world, everyone. Gorgeous. But yeah, I'm excited to see what you're cooking for this game jam as well. Let's see. Am I hand drawing everything? So far, yes. And I think I will. I've got Procreate on my iPad. I've never drawn sprites before. I want to give it a shot. I don't think I'll do pixel art, but I do want to do like a more hand-drawn, painted vibe. And I think this is a nice little test area to try it out in. The perfect use of a game jam. WASD collision detection is a challenge with our environment. Yeah, I remember when I was doing it, I'd get stuck on the grass all the time, like just messing with different layers, and you'd get stuck on like little pebbles and like tufts of grass and lots of funky bits to find. I'm realizing my background music might be pretty low. If anybody wants to say whether it's audible or not, feel free to hit me up with that. I'm happy to turn it up if you'd like. I can only barely hear it in my headphones, but that's usually how I keep it. Still need to smooth the camera a bit. Heck yeah. Toolbar's not refreshing because I haven't finished today's page. Yeah, the endless stream of new stuff to add. Let's go ahead and let's just build our towns or our houses. I think I'm just shooting for 3 different houses to start with. And that'll be kind of like a easy, medium, and hard layout. We're going to have a trailer that is very small. 1 exit and not much furniture. That's all like grouped together. Hey Kels, welcome in. Great, you can hear it. Thank you for letting me know. I'm gonna turn up my own headphones then if I can. But yeah, we're gonna do a trailer, we're gonna do a small house, and we'll do like a large house. We'll say we could either do like 1 or 2 exits on the small house. I could go either way, but medium size, lots of furniture, easy flow. We're gonna play around with like bottlenecks on how many entrances and stuff people can get through, because I think on the hard one it'd be fun to have more of a loop kind of layout in the house so people can get around anywhere, and so the player's usually running around in circles. Let's go with a large house, and that's just gonna be large. 2 exits, loop layout. And so I guess we could just build that. And I think what we'll do is let's make a houses object, and we can just select which house we want and then enable it versus having them in like different scenes. So let's say trailer, and we will give this not a triangle. We'll give it a background. Just, I haven't drawn the, am I blind? Sprites. I haven't drawn the actual like backgrounds and stuff yet, so these are going to still be placeholders, but background, let's make it like that big maybe. Just a nice little intro level for people to know what's going on. Let's get rid of all these for now. So we're working the blank slate, house background as well. Let's get this guy just like grayed out. Cool. So he's going to need some walls, easy peas. Let's just grab them and place them around. But we want them to be kind of the same scale as our furniture, I think. Or maybe about half the scale. So if this is like a 1x2, we can kind of scale this up to be about half. Oh, it actually is half already. All right, perfect. And then it's a 8x1/2. So we can just move these around. And just, these have the obstacle layer, so anywhere we put them, the workers aren't going to pathfind through, so we can build whatever layouts we want, really. Let's do this and then set that 0.5. Kels, though, how are you doing? I saw you last night in Cozy's stream, but how are you doing, my fine fellow human? How's your day going? Copy this guy over, put him over here. Take this guy. We almost have a house. The food was needed, so what's the plan for today? You know, first of all, what food did you get? Or what food did you make, at least? Second of all, the plan is in flux, but I think where we're going to start is just designing a couple levels. We've built the system such that we can just kind of build these houses and everyone pathfinds correctly around, hopefully at least. So we're going to build a small house, a medium house, and a large house. We'll put some furniture in and we'll start there. Hopefully that'll give us more of like a base for deciding what we want to do next. I imagine the next step will probably be having the workers wait at the front door for you to answer. I don't yet know like how, like whether we want to do that or if they should just barrel in or what. I don't want the player running around and like nailing down furniture before they even arrive. So there's kind of like a sense of you want to give them a few seconds at least to look at all the furniture and like memorize where it's all at. And then also we need to like have a bit of a pause at the start for, where's our canvas? Just some like dialogues that say what's going on. So let's see. Started mocking up some designs for these for like dialogue for when somebody comes to your front door. They says, ha ha ha, stand back, let us work. We're going to pack up our stuff. And then you respond with, wait, you got the wrong address. And then that's when the game will start. And you'll have like a little tip thing here that shows you how to do stuff. And you can close that to actually start it. I was too lazy to actually cook, so I just buttered some bread and had a few olives. Now that is a good snack. I feel the too lazy to cook thing all the time, so no judgment here. I'm doing well enough, working on some planning docs for my company's web architecture revamp effort. Dang, all right. Big architecture boy. That's awesome. Hope that goes well. I'm doing a big server migration behind the scenes for some other hobby stuff I have, and it is such a ordeal. It things get they turn into black holes fast. Whoa, where do these awesome UI thingies come from? They are an asset that I grabbed on sale a while back. GUI mono round. Let me grab this guy. Where's my browser? There we go. I don't know what the normal price is. Oh, $15. But I see this guy, and like there's a whole set, a whole collection that they go on sale all the time. I think this 10 styles one is the one that I got. Yeah, like it's normally 150 bucks. I think I got it for like $1 or something, and it includes all of these. So I'm glad that I have it. I think we use the fantasy one for our original Elixir Emporium 2D. So I've had that one for a very long time. But yeah, it looks so clean. I think the mono round is my favorite of all of them, just because it looks very, very clean. And doesn't look like a mobile game, importantly. I don't really like that vibe. So there's some work to be done to clean it up a little bit, but like this font especially, I think it really carries the asset and makes things look really nice. All right, let's build a house. So if I just dump in, so we've got, I'm realizing we're putting all these houses in this, in an object that gets shared, but we'll need to update these containers, I guess. Well, yeah, we will. Because they hold where the furniture, they hold the furniture to be moved, and depending on the house that you choose, we'll have different furniture, so that's fine. Let's have a furniture container here. Sorry for punching the mic. Hope that wasn't loud. And then let's, you know what, we should probably name some of these furniture pieces so we can add them in a little bit easier, but I think they're going to be the same, or the right size. We want this background at -2, the walls at 1, and then all the furniture at 0, I believe. What's that Lego box you got there in the back? Uh-oh. Asking the important questions. Oh. This is the Vespa 125. My wife, shout out to my wife, the Cozy Biscuit. Got me this for Christmas. I haven't put it together yet. Maybe I'll do a stream sometime putting it together. I got her a espresso machine, a Lego espresso machine, and it is pretty large, like this big. And she put it together on stream. She had a great time. So I think she got me this to put together on stream as well. I think this guy is also really large. It's like 1,000. It's 1,100 pieces, and I want to say this is about the actual size when you put it together. She is indeed the best wife, and even if you straighten yourself out, Kels, I will fight you to the death. I'm sorry. But it will be an honorable fight, so I appreciate that. Oh yes. So you can kind of see the wheels. You know what wheels are. Here is the actual size of one of the wheels. It's like probably 3 inches, 2 inches. Rims on this Vespa, so I think it'll be really cool. Should be a fun one. Do you Lego much, Human? I used to have a huge container of just like assorted Legos as a kid. That was like one of my main toys as a kid, is just putting together Legos. I never really did the like, what's it called? Like the pre-built, follow instructions, build things. but I think it would be fun. I would just go in and build like robots, and my friends and I would build tops in Legos, like Beyblades, and then we would battle, and the Legos would break, and it was good times. Let's see. Caught up on chat real fast. It's been a party so far. Best wife. Yes, yes, yes. Cozy Biscuit is the best. Looks awesome, man. Thank you. Yeah. We have a tradition around Christmas to give each other a book on New Year's, and then we go pretty light on gifts. So that was my big gift. It was really nice. I also Lego quite a bit, but I honestly need to stop because we ran out of places where we can put our Lego builds. You should put more shelves on the walls. I guess. Oh, my shelf is not in view of the camera. Just realized. Let me just. Is that weird? I don't know. Just throw some shelves on the walls, and then you can put more Legos everywhere you want. All right, I'm a little cut off here. That's fine. Maybe I just need better posture. You recently put together a Gundam, and that was actually a bit more fun than Lego. Is that like the metal ones? I've seen some like metal Gundams that you put together and like metal puzzles type things. That'd be pretty cool to try sometime. Lego build placement is the same reason I'm not Legoing. Yeah, I mean, like, I love putting together the logos, but there's so many like trinkets everywhere on my desk, on my shelves, and I'm also running out of room. But if you don't mind just shoving it all back in a box and building something else, Legos are perfect. All right, let's get these furniture sprites. So we have a. Can I rename these? Oh, I cannot. Interesting. Why not? That's gonna be an issue. Rename sprites. Can I do that? I don't want to do it from a script. Maybe it's in the slicer. Aha, there we go. Okay. We're golden. We have coffee table. Now does that rename it here? It does. Perfect. The Gundam build wasn't metal, sadly, just plastic. Maybe I'm going to assemble a metal one too. But for now, I'm pausing this hobby. It's a pretty expensive hobby. Like, it's super fun though. I would love to do more of it, but it does have the problem of, where do you put all this stuff? Round table. I'm just gonna go through and name all these. Square table. And these are, okay, cool, they save. 1x2, round table. Look at these professional sprites that hopefully will just slice through correctly again when I swap out the sprite sheet later. 1x2 square table. Let's do this. Let's see. Worst part is I simply can't buy one of these cheaper boxes. I always have to go with the most expensive shit, or else I think it's not going to last for long. Yeah, that's rough. One thing that I want to do, like with the like model hobby, is do the ones where you can paint afterwards. Like I think Warhammer things are pretty popular for this, but like putting together the model and then also painting it sounds so fun to me. Jewel, I assume it was a link, but link got censored by Twitch. I do have a Discord here if you want to share something in there, but can't see it in chat apparently. Naturally, the first box I got with 300 bucks. Dang. Yeah, they're so ridiculously expensive too. There's some shops around here that have like they have like a lot of Japanese stuff, and there's some really cool things that I don't even know how to describe this. They're like little models that also move. They're like interactive. It's like things that you put on your bookshelves that like light up and people will walk around in them. They're so cool, and then they're like $300-$400 and I'm like, oof, I cannot do that. Also realizing that these didn't actually slice to be exactly 32 by 32, but I think that's probably fine. Flat screen TV. This is a 2 by 3 bed. 1 by 3 bed. We'll get there real fast, guys. 1 by 2 desk. I'm realizing I might be mixing up my width and height also. House plant 1. House plant 2. Lamp 1. We are almost there. Lamp 2. Oh, it was a clip. Gotcha. Well, thank you. Desk chair. Comfy chair. Really just names for ourselves. Love seat. Couch. Oh, this was our office chair. And let's see. I don't remember. So this was supposed to be a keyboard, like a piano, but it kind of looked like an outdoor desk, or an outdoor chair, I mean. So we'll just say outdoor chair. 2 by 1. 1 by 2. And we're gonna maybe reuse it for both purposes. Maybe we'll see when we actually have them all painted. Alright, so we now have furniture we can place in. So I don't know if we should make prefabs for each of this furniture, or I think what we'll be able to do is just have a single furniture prefab that we can assign a sprite to, and it handles the sizing and also the like underlying slot for putting the furniture back in, which also needs the sprite but at like a smaller or a more transparent stroke. And then also I think that might be all. So we have a bunch of coffee tables in here, I guess. So let's go ahead and let's just get this small trailer working with our furniture. Where is this? Oh, gotcha. All right, so here, let's throw a couch in. And let's see what scripts we need. We need a box collider, rigid body, and the furniture controller. But we can't necessarily just throw in like furniture here and then assign a sprite to it, because it's not going to resize itself. I wonder if we could write like an editor script or something that detects when the sprite changes and does all the resizing, but that is probably not what we want to do in a game jam. I see that Nojul has a clip for me, so I'm going to play that real fast. I fight you for my wife. Perfect. I'm sure my wife will appreciate this clip as well, but let me watch this real fast with you. She is indeed the best wife, and even if you straighten yourself out, Kels, I will fight you to the death. I'm sorry. But it will be an honorable fight, so I appreciate that. Thank you for that. Thank you. I'll share that with her. She'll appreciate that. Let's see. So how do we want to do this furniture? Like, the easiest thing would be to just set up all the furniture prefabs instead of having a furniture I mean, I've never used prefab variants. Maybe that's what we want here. But if we've got our, where's our couch? We've got our couch. We've got a piece of furniture. What do here? Let's put the furniture under so we can, oh right, no rect transforms. Let's see. Size it like that. Do the normal thing. Couch goes here. Rescale stuff to normal. So if we take that, that's our couch. Wow, what a perfect couch. Yeah, I guess we would need to adjust the collider too on each if we're trying to do this all dynamically. So maybe we don't do that. Maybe we just make a furniture pieces folder here. What happens if we drag a prefab in? Prefab variant. Okay, we're cooking. So hopefully this is still tied to our furniture prefab in some way. So if I were to modify something here, like throwing a different prefab in for that, does it also update it? Oh my goodness, it does. All right, we're cooking. We can work with this. So let's not do that, obviously, but okay, we can work with this. So all of our furniture has rigid body 2Ds, which is for like pushing stuff around, being pushed, etc. We have our box colliders, which we'll probably need to adjust on each variant, but I'm realizing we might not be able to. We technically can, but we don't get the nice edit collider thing, apparently. Oh, we just had to select it. Okay. So that's cool. That's cool. Learning how prefab variants work. And then we'll have our sprite renderer with the correct thing. That's fine. And then we have our furniture controller, which has the furniture spot prefab on it, which we'll just assign the sprite on that from our furniture, which let's just do that now. All right, so when we start up, we're creating our furniture spot underneath our furniture. So that's just like a marker for the player of where that furniture started. So what we're gonna do is just say furniture spot dot get component sprite renderer dot sprite is this furniture sprite. So they should be the same, and then we also, you know what, we should just do this. Let's go sprite renderer furniture slot is this. If furniture slot, wait, why do we have furniture spot? Oh, let's say spot renderer. If it's not equal to null, then we set its, my mic is always in front of my keyboard. So inconvenient. So we go spot renderer dot sprite is this, and also spot renderer dot color is half opacity white. Sure, that's fine. Cool. So that should work. So if we go in here, we should be able to push this couch out of the way. We're going to have a mover come in and try and take the couch, but we should see a spot for the couch underneath. It's probably going to look a little weird because it still looks like a normal couch, but oh, well, wait, our furniture's gone. All right, let's get rid of the truck. We don't need that quite yet, just in case something was interacting with that. This guy, let's make sure he's a little bit higher order. And then our furniture spot, let's put it 0 because I think the background was -1. No, -2. It's fine. So I want to watch the hierarchy here. So we've got our couch and furniture placeholders. Okay, that was just disabled. So when we move this out of the way, okay, that'll work. So it's like a ghost of where the furniture was, and then we can measure a distance both in like, what's the term? Position and also like rotation. And when you nail it down, you'll get a score for how far you are from it. So we can grab it, put it over here, and nail it down, and this will have some sort of score for you. And we'll probably also make it so you can rip up those nails and like try again, but I imagine you're probably not going to have a lot of time to do that. So maybe if you put something in completely the wrong spot, you can undo it, but most of the time you're going to be fighting the movers to like get stuff nailed down as fast as you can. But I think this will work. We get our nice ghosty form based on the sprite. So let's go ahead and take our furniture placeholders. We'll turn that back on. Let's turn our moving truck back on. I want to see what it looks like when they take it away as well. But are we missing anything? House manager just has the furniture placeholders. The furniture itself moves itself to the furniture to move. So maybe we actually don't need to adjust anything here. Maybe. We'll see. Let's see how this looks. Alright, do we have any workers? Are they coming? Do we even see them? Okay, they are not coming, which means there's no furniture to move. Okay. Okay, interesting. So when we add ourselves here, it says missing object. All right, well, let's just check and see why. And I'm going to pull the camera back out because I want to be able to see. Well, I guess we can just move the truck in further. Let's pull the camera back out though. And our player, we don't need to make that small. So let's bring him back to normal size as well. All right, so now we should be able to see the moving truck come in. We'll hit the breakpoint of when movers start coming out of the truck and looking for a place to go. Furniture to move is initialized into an empty list. Game object has the couch. So we play. Let's check this. It has the couch. Movers come out. Oh, he just immediately yoinked it out. Okay. Let's check the collider on this bad boy. Looks fine to me. So how was he able to grab it so fast? Now we get into the fun jam bugs. We go to our mover controller. Mover controller. We just use basic A star to get to whatever our target destination is. And then when we get there, we pick up the furniture. I'm not seeing, oh, the distance is up here. Right. So let's go ahead and what's the best way to debug this? We probably should take our moving truck, only spawn one mover so we're not dealing with multiple people. And then let's go ahead and just say, let's debug instead of stepping through here. Distance to furniture is this bad boy. ToString out of arrival threshold .toString. So we should see in the log, like we would expect the distance to be large and get smaller and smaller as we go. But sure looks like it's gonna immediately fire, and then we'll probably get up in here and not see that debug anymore when they don't have any more things to get. But let's see how this looks. All right, don't need that anymore. Continue on through. He's moving. All right, distance. Wait, why is he so close? You're telling me that distance from here to here is half a unit? I wonder if our target is not what we think it is. We'll step through for that. All right, as soon as he tries to move, our position is at the moving truck, basically. So that looks correct. Target position. I mean, we did kind of collapse the scale a little bit. Maybe our arrival threshold is way too big. But so target position is 14.5 and -0.5. So let's go ahead and we'll break out. Let's look at where this is. So that's not correct at all, obviously. So target position is from our path. I guess we didn't check to see what waypoint we were at, since I guess the target position probably is just the next cell over. That would make sense. All right, we can step through. Unpause. Already grabbed it. So he goes one cell over and grabs it somehow. So we'll watch him a little closer, I guess. Because I tried to grab it in time. All right. So current waypoint index is 0. We have 3 different nodes to get to, which also doesn't seem right. I would think it'd be like 1, 2, 3. Maybe it is right. But we'll go through. So we're not yet at the arrival threshold of our next target position waypoint. So we don't yet go through there. Maybe we can jump forward a little bit in time. Doodle the Dev. Hello, hello. Welcome on in. This game is for the Brackeys Game Jam, if you're familiar. If you're not, I can tell you about it. But the theme is nothing can go wrong. This game is about... Oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. This game is about movers who show up to the wrong address and are very, very good at their job. And they're going to pack up all of your furniture. Oh, wow. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Wow. Oh, let me tell you all about the game, I suppose. They show up at your house. You have not ordered any movers, but they are very good at their job. They're going to load up all your furniture and put on that truck and take it away forever. Your job as the player is to grab all that furniture out of their hands, put it back where it goes, nail it down so they can't take it anymore, and be like, go on, shoo, get out of here. And it is mostly just for the pun of the name, which is nothing can go Wrong address. Let me we're debugging something real fast that hopefully I can show you the game right after, but we've got kind of the systems in place. I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. We got most of the systems in place where this truck drives up, unloads however many workers we want. We've got furniture out throughout the house that they all run to, grab, take back to the truck, load it up. We're trying to get the sprites in right now and also designing some different houses that you can choose from. Thank you. And so in doing that, we have some weird bugs where they're just immediately picking up the furniture. Maybe it's related to the new sprites, but I'm not entirely sure. But maybe, let me just see if I nix this and then re-enable these guys, I bet I can show it off real fast. Yeah, out of nowhere with the Prime sub. Thanks for the follow into an immediate Prime sub. I appreciate it. Haven't used my Prime in a year. No worries. I'm honored. But yeah, this is what we had before. We've got some basic walls. So we've got pathfinding around with the workers that show up. This is a desk, our first attempt at a sprite, but the furniture is the blue squares here. So let me jump in and show you where we're at. We're trying to make it look a little prettier now, but in general, like the core gameplay here is right. We're still attached here. Let's break out there. And you know what? For more fun, let's increase the number of workers to 4. Why not? We'll go crazy. So however many workers you want to show up, that's kind of how we'll scale difficulty of like the chaos going around everywhere. They show up, they pile out of their truck, they come and get your furniture, which suspiciously is showing under these labels now. I guess we did change some of the code, but you're going to put that furniture back, you're going to hammer it down, you got to go grab it, like just keeping them from putting stuff away. Oh, and we're going to lose our desk or whatever that was. They body block you a little bit, so fun stuff. Grab that, put it back. Maybe this guy goes down here. And that's kind of the gist. You just gotta, it's got a little bit of a overcooked vibe is kind of what I'm going for. A little bit of chaos, just everybody running everywhere. You're just trying to do as much as you can in the littlest amount of time you can. This guy was supposed to go up there. That'll be a lot clearer when we have the actual sprites in, but you see like a line of like, oh, you put this in the wrong spot by this amount of distance. So for the player, it'll be like, oh, you had to spend, if this is 5 units away, oh, you had to spend 5 minutes. You wasted 5 minutes of time like putting everything back. And so that's kind of your score of like, you lost a desk and you wasted 5 minutes. So a high score of however we want to measure that, really. Yeah, that's kind of the gist. I think it'll be really cool when we scale up the houses and also scale up like number of trucks, number of workers, number of furniture. So yeah, that's what we are working on. It looks fun. I appreciate that. Not gonna lie. So chaotic. Yes. The bug right now is, let's get back to where we were. Let's get our things disabled, house background. So right now we're taking what we had there, we are moving into like a houses container, so we can build a couple different houses to choose from. We are putting one piece of furniture in here, and what we are seeing is the exact same thing, except a worker shows up out of the truck, walks 1 square over, and immediately grabs this from a distance, immediately loads it into the truck, and obviously there's nothing to do there. I'm wondering what happens if there's no path to the furniture. Maybe there's not enough opening or something. But we're just trying to trace through like why he can actually pick up that furniture from so far away. That's a super mover. Yeah, we paid extra for him, actually. And actually, I wonder if there are some fun things that we could do with like the whoever ordered the moving company originally. Maybe they pay extra for like one really fast worker or something like that. Could add a little bit more chaos too. And then we haven't put together the UI yet for when you are told like what to do and how to do stuff, but we've got a little bit of dialogue here for kind of setting you up. It would be fun to have some like random bonus or something there of like he checks his clipboard and says, "Hey, I see that you hired the really fast guy or the guy who can grab two pieces of furniture at once," or something like that. Different companies. That's a good idea, actually. Yeah, I'm already seeing like so many different axes to scale this on. I just want to get like the basic thing working, and then I think it's going to be so fun to just like expand it in different ways. I really, really love games that are kind of systems based where you get some kind of emergent behavior from like overlapping them and how they interact with each other. So I think that'll be really cool. How long until deadline? I think the deadline is Sunday. I'm pretty busy this weekend, so I'm going to try and have it done by Friday to submit, probably Friday evening. So we've got, today's Tuesday, so like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. We got 4 days. I don't expect to win or anything. The jam also started on last Sunday, and I only started yesterday, so we're making good progress, but I'm mostly just using it to learn new things in Unity. I do Unity full time, but I'm not like I'm self-taught, so even basic things like prefab variants I just learned about and I'm just now learning about. So we're using this as an excuse to learn some stuff that we'll take back to our real game. So it's fun so far. I love game jams, and I have a channel point redeem here for do a game jam, and a regular human redeemed that for this game jam. So I'm going ham on it. I'm doing my best. You got this. Thank you. I appreciate that. Haven't been able to start yet. Oh, Tony, your name was blue too. I just assumed it was the same person because it's almost the same length of name too. Tony is the co-founder at our game studio. He's working on our full game right now. He's redoing a lot of the controls, so he hasn't been able to start quite yet, but I'm really excited for what he's building too. Maybe he'll put in a little stream and we can watch him together. We'll see. You don't know what that is. What self-taught is? I just mean like my background is general like web developer, programmer. Oh, the prefab thing. Oh, gotcha. I was like, all right, you probably know what self-taught is. Prefab variants, apparently, as I understand them so far, let me talk it through because it could also be an issue here of how we're like doing things. But we have a prefab for furniture, which has all of our like a sprite renderer, box collider, rigid body, and also a controller for the furniture. But we can't necessarily just like assign different sprite to that and have it just work. Let's see if I turn this guy on. So this guy, if I wanted to make it a bed, it's going to be scaled weirdly. The collider's wrong, etc., etc. But we want like different prefabs for the furniture. So what I've done is make prefab variants of our current furniture for each type of furniture. So this couch is a prefab itself, but it inherits from the furniture prefab. So I can change things specific to the couch on this. Oh, I probably don't actually want to override that. But I can also go back to the base prefab and change things there. So if I went to like furniture and I was like, oh, we need a different prefab for our furniture spot across all furniture, I could throw something in here and it would also update in our prefab variants of that prefab. So it's kind of like how you have instances of an object in a scene and prefabs let you like share data across it and update it in one place. It's like another layer of that, it feels like. So like a more specialized prefab that inherits from that base prefab while also letting you customize stuff as well. Wow, everyone's joining in. Hello, Cozy. Hello, Kieran. Cozy, I don't know if you saw, but I just got clipped talking about you. Sorry for that. But let me share that clip for you. I watched it on stream earlier, but it's in the Chroma Golem Discord. But I think I can post links. Yeah, there we go. TLDR, I'm going to fight Kels because you're so amazing. Is all. So hope you enjoy that. We are building a little trailer here. So let's go ahead and see if we can figure out what's going on here. So this guy is some amount of distance away from the street. That is more than one. So I don't understand why that guy is immediately grabbing the furniture, but let's go ahead and just kind of reset some of these positions. I want to take it out of the house to like better standardize across what we were doing before. And then the couch, let's reset his position as well. We'll move all this around later, but if we put him over here, or let's put it over here so we can play with it. So we should see the worker come in and grab that couch, hopefully. But what he has been doing is just immediately grab it. But apparently now it works. So I wonder if it is looking at the position of the like container. So he's going to grab that couch. It's a little bit blurry, but this hand-drawn couch is perfect. I can grab it back out of his hands, go put it back. It might have also been the doorway because I did open that up more. So hopefully that's the doorway. But now that we know it works, we can put stuff back and like kind of bisect where the problem was. But I bet it was the doorway. And that just means we have a bug of let's make this doorway smaller. Let's see if that happens. So if they can't find a path, it seems like they'll just grab whatever their destination is. Let's see if that happens. Yeah, okay. So that is the bug. Good call, good call. So two things. We want to make sure that they have a path. And also, if they don't have a path, we can't have them just grab stuff from afar unless they're super movers. Oh boy, I've lost the chat. Y'all have been going wild. Hello, everyone. Hi, Kels. Yes. Your presence made everyone join. It did, Doodle. Again, thank you for being here. Love trailers. You left. I think it'll be fun. We could also have like it'll be fun to design the areas around the house too, like a little park that the trailer is in or something. If I ever straighten myself out. So the doorway being wider. Yes. You're hungry. Go get yourself a snack, Kieran. I demand it. Hello, WB. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. We are making fun games, so glad to have you here. And now that we know that was the bug, let's quickly see if we can fix that. So it's interesting that when we debugged, we had an actual path that he was going to take. It was 3 waypoints, and I wonder, maybe we should be drawing those waypoints so you can kind of see the path. But yeah, maybe that's a good way to start. So where do we generate our path? We choose our target. We make our path here. Can we just draw the path? Explain quaternions? Oh no. You know what? I built quaternions from scratch in college for like one of my senior classes called C++ for Ninjas. And I still don't totally understand them. But as I understand them, they are kind of like vectors, but for rotation. So a vector, I'll show an object here. You've got your coordinate systems of X, Y, Z. So this couch, this is a 2D game, so we only use X and Y. You see them updating up here. If it were a 3D game, it could come like towards us and away from us. And that would update the Z coordinate. And that is stored in a vector 3. For whatever reason, rotations are not stored in vector 3s. They're stored, well, maybe they are. Vector 3s and quaternions are just a like different way to manipulate them. Tony Sprocket, if you're in the chat, come save me. But in general, when you rotate things, you're going to do the same thing. And you have it across multiple axes as well. I know that the identity quaternion is 0, 0, 0. No rotation at all. And then I think there are other like magic constants that we use. Quaternion dot. So you do like dot products and inverse and things. I would add a cooldown to that reward. It's only 5 points. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll do that after the stream. I appreciate the redemption. If you know what quaternions are, there we go. Quaternions are used to represent rotations. And it's probably just a dumb math thing. Like in the same way an angle can be just like a numeric 90 degrees, 45 degrees, whatever. Angles also can be in radians and degrees, and I think there's a third one. So I would imagine quaternion is just like a different way to represent that rotation that makes math a little bit easier. Is that Visual Studios or Visual Code? This is Visual Studios. I think this is the like enterprise version. Yeah, Enterprise 2022. Hopefully that doesn't have like keys and stuff in it. But I got it as part of our studio starting up. We got it for free, so I use that. Got a hub for work or whatever. Great to see y'all. It's been great to see you too, Kels. Thanks for popping in. Don't come for my wife. Good to see you. How did you see all those things when you put a dot? Yeah, Visual Studio has just like autocomplete for anytime you put a dot, it shows the methods on whatever you're working on. So if we take this, maybe one of these will give something more of a object back that isn't a quaternion. Let me just look through. These are mostly just going to give us quaternions. But basically we have a quaternion here, so we put a dot and it'll show us all the methods that can be called on quaternions. But if we were to call something else on it, like here, this returns a vector 3. So if we did that and we did a dot, now it's all the methods that are valid on a vector 3. Very, very nice. And I also have Copilot installed, so that's the like autocomplete thing that you're seeing here. Very, very, very nice. Would recommend. And that's what lets me say, like, draw the path for debugging and let's say draw the full path through each waypoint for debugging, and then I hit a little keyboard shortcut here and it auto completes the loop over all of the waypoint points with a debug.draw line from the previous point to the next point. Very, very nice. Especially, like, I think it's really good for people learning to code, but people who know what they're doing and like know the the high level, like I need a loop of this from this from this. It's very, very nice to be able to just write like a one line comment and generate that code instead of having to write it through each time. But now we should be able to see our paths. Let's double check that. If this doesn't work, I don't really want to spend a lot of time fixing it just because it was supposed to be a quick debug thing. But I want to see when our worker shows up, it should show, I think, probably 2 or 3 waypoints to go through that go from him to the couch. Maybe it only shows in the... Okay, didn't show at all, I think. Yeah, it's hard to see through all these tiles. And I'll make sure that lines are enabled. If they have a thing, probably. All right, so... And this is called back when we first start for each mover. So I think that should be called and should show it, but yeah. So it takes, oh, it has a duration on it. Okay, let's take that out. Also, another thing Visual Studio does that's very nice is let you hover over the methods and see the parameters and names and things. But also, if you just throw a comma in, it'll show the next, you know, it's good autocomplete. So we took off the duration. Maybe we just missed the line. It only showed for 1 second. I want to see it, but I also am curious if it would be hard to not show our grid, or maybe show our grid at a lower opacity. So if we go in here and we're going to have like a debug.draw square, draw cube. This takes center and size. Maybe we can also add a color. No. Okay. Oh, here's color. Let's do... Can we do gizmos.color is equal to new color at gizmos.color.r, blah, blah, blah. That's what I want. Whatever color I chose up here, but half opacity. All right, let's see if that looks a little bit nicer. Shoot, I gotta go. We'll be probably back later if you're still streaming, or maybe tomorrow. Cool. Yeah, not streaming tomorrow, but I should be streaming for at least many more hours today. Probably like 4 more, maybe, if I don't die in the meantime. But thank you for being here. Good having you here. Love chatting with you. Good call on the door being too small. Excuse me. And also, thanks again for the sub. I appreciate it. Explain why I'm your favorite viewer, even though I'm leaving. Well, actually, you're my favorite viewer because you immediately figured out the bug that I was about to spend about 30 minutes figuring out. So thanks for that, and thanks for the sub, thanks for the follow, thanks for all the chats. And I love doodling, so your name checks out as well. So, see ya. All right, let's see if we can get this path drawn. We have one worker. They claim objects, so only one worker is going to go to an object. We didn't get a path, and I bet actually, yeah, this visualizes really well what the bug was. We probably just had these walls extending a little bit into these squares, so they were marked off as unable to go to. But when we widened it out, they now have a path to get through. So why is this not working? Our grid is definitely less terrible now. I even want to, let's bring that down a little bit more. But let's go back to our mover controller. I want to debug.drawLine, where were we? So here, I want to see if this loop fires. I want to see how many path waypoints we have. And I want to make sure that this runs, or like is called at all. So we'll attach, we'll go in, we will check that out. So once he's out, we should get dumped over to Visual Studio. We do. Okay, so our path has 24 nodes. These are their locations. We start about where the truck is, which makes sense. And we end, that looks reasonable. Each square is about 1 unit, so about 20 squares to the left. Does that make sense? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Yeah, that's about 20 squares over. And up a little bit. So that makes sense. Path gets drawn. But where is it drawn? Because it sure isn't drawn. Let's see this. Unity debug.drawLine not drawing. Do I need to like set a stroke width or something? It will draw a line for a single frame. If you want to see a line for longer. Oh, if you don't pass a duration, is it 1 frame? So here's our position. Here's our something else. What is that? Oh, start position, end position, color, and duration. I wonder what the false is. So we go duration of 2000, depth test. Oh, we probably, well, what is that? Debug.drawLine depth test. Best part of a game jam is just getting to go down the winding rabbit holes to learn what stuff is. So determines whether the objects closer to the camera obscure the line. Yeah, we don't need that. But duration, what do you default to? In seconds, okay. A duration of 0 shows the line for just 1 frame. Game will be drawn in the game view of the editor. Wow, oh, I definitely thought it would be drawn in the scene view. It'll also be drawn in the scene when it is visible in the game view. Leave the game running and showing the line. Switch to the scene view and the line will be visible, sure. Debugging play mode only, sure. Doesn't say what it defaults to, and also, why are they doing, oh, that's 2 seconds, okay, not 2 frames. Cool. Duration of 0. Okay, so it just defaults to showing for 1 single frame. That is actually wild. So we know now that that is not what we want. Let's go over here and just show it for 2000 seconds. And let's also set draw line color. Can we do that? Debug.draw. No, it's probably Gizmo's thing. We can just say gizmos.color is color.green. Sure. I don't know if that'll apply, but we can at least try it. So now, instead of showing for a single frame, maybe we can actually view the line. So it should show here, which is wild, but we're seeing it here. Docs say it would show in both. But all right, so we see the line for the path that that worker is going to take. We can run over and grab it back. They're still going to follow that path. We could interrupt their path at this point, but I think it's fine to just have them run to the truck. Now this guy is like, oh, there's furniture to pick up, so I'll go get that. I wonder if, can I just stand here forever and they can never get through? Probably, but we'll need to have some way of like time scoring too. So I'll take that. All right, so things seem to be working. If I were to put the furniture out here, yeah, now they're pathfinding there. If I put it over here, somebody else will come pathfind to it. Surely. Oh, well, some bug there, but somebody grabbed it, I guess. All right, well, at least we can see their paths. It would be great to clear those paths, like, after they've gotten to their destination or something. Let me just say, is the save and clear means at a particular point in code later. We'll see. Unity clear draw line. Clear saved debug draw line. No way to clear them because they don't stick around. Okay, so what we could do is just like estimate. That's not gonna work. We could estimate how many nodes there are in the path, and we know the movement speed. So assuming if there was no like blockers or like other pathfinding problems, we'd know that running this path would take like 3 seconds, and we would show it for like 3 seconds. I don't really need to bother with all that for debug. So instead of 2000 seconds, we'll just show 4 seconds. So they're at least clearing them out every once in a while. I didn't even notice that we do set the color here. So let's give it a nice like magenta for movement, and that'll be fine. What have I done? Oh, right. All right, cool. So that means that should work. Let's go ahead and add more furniture variants, I guess, now that we know that one is working. I want to go back in and just see it one more time before we spend all the time creating all this other furniture in the same way. But we should see them jump on in. That we got some nice pathfinding here. So let's move this actually. Path goes away. Somebody else will pathfind to it because this guy's busy going to his current destination. But I guess... Interesting. So what happens is he gets to the destination, and we probably don't do a distance check of where it actually is. Let's double check that. But let's see this guy grab it first. Oh, I guess he was close enough to grab it when he's standing there. So let's take this back. Let's put it down. Somebody's pathfinding to it here, so let's put it in here where it's out of range. We'll see if when he gets here, if he still grabs it. Because if he does, we need to do some like distance checking. Okay, he does. Alright, so on the mover controller, when they get to the last waypoint, which is this big block, if they are searching for furniture, if the furniture they're searching for hasn't been destroyed, if it hasn't already been moved up and or nailed down, we also need to say like if we are within, do we have an interaction range already? Arrival threshold. We could use that. Just say like if distance from vector 2 dot distance from us transform dot position to target furniture dot position transform dot position is less than or equal to our, let's make a separate one. I don't want to confound arrival threshold with something else. Public float grab distance is 1 unit, sure. So if we are less than or equal to our grab distance when we arrive at our destination, that means the furniture is still there and it hasn't moved. Let's see. And if it has moved, we're not going to grab it. Instead, we'll just set this target removed flag that has them choose new furniture from where they're at. So that should work. Let's fix that real fast, or let's test that real fast. So we'll wait for somebody to start pathfinding to the couch. We will pick it up and move it somewhere else. When they get to the couch, we will now have our distance calculation that means they shouldn't grab it when they get there. They should instead pathfinding to the new location. And that's only if somebody else is not already going to it. Okay, so they are now probably going back to the truck. And I'm realizing we have like an internal system of claiming furniture. And so when he starts pathfinding to this couch, he claims it, which prevents other workers from also going to that couch to pick it up. And I'm realizing when we take it out of his hands, it probably doesn't unclaim it. So these other workers don't see it as something that they can pick up. They see it as, oh, somebody's already working on that. So what we should do is when the player puts furniture down, we should mark it as unclaimed. So if we go to our player controller, wherever that is, some of these open twice for some reason. There we go. Top down player controller. So when we put down furniture, drop held furniture, we want to also unclaim this furniture so workers will swarm it again. And that we already have a method for that, so that is nice. So now when we put furniture down, some other worker will either pathfind to it after their current job, or if somebody is idling, they'll immediately start running towards it. So let's try that once more. I'd love to get this all working and clean so that we can just knock out the rest of the furniture all at once and design the house and do all that, and it'll just work. So now we got our path going to the thing. We take it, we put it out here, and as soon as we drop it, I would expect one of these idling guys to start navigating to it, which they do. Okay. This guy should now go back to the truck because there's nothing to grab and there's no other furniture to go to. If we take this and move it, and so now he's going back, somebody else comes to get it. Okay, this is way more smooth, I think, and also is way more reactive to the player activity. Okay, he didn't actually grab it though. So probably a bug in our grab distance. Yeah, let's just increase that real fast. So we've got movers, grab distance. Let's just pump them all up to like 5 is going to be way too much, but we can take this, see if that is the actual bug. Nobody's coming to get it. You guys need help? There we go. So close enough. Okay. So mover, vector distance from our mover to our target furniture, which I guess we can't see from the editor, but it should be that. So this guy is 6.9, negative 2.4. Where's our furniture? Oh, that's a lot bigger difference than I thought. Oh. If we're within the grab distance, sure. Okay, well, that's a little bit weird. I want this furniture container we need to zero out though. Just move stuff within it. So this guy here, let's try this once more with that. Because I wonder if we're using like local positions or like relative positions or something. If this doesn't work, we can just go in and, you know what, we can just do that. So blah, 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 going through the wayfinding. When we get to it and he tries to grab it, that's when we'll get kicked out to here and we can actually see the distance. Okay, so position of -9, 2.5, that sounds right. This is negative, oh, you know what? It's because when he gets to it, he's pushing it. So you can kind of see he's pushed the couch over and he's trying to get to this center point. And so the distance of that should be less than 5. So I would expect him to be able to pick this up, but oh, grab distance of 1. Oh, we just updated in, did we update it in the code? Oh, we just updated it for the one guy. Okay. So let's, can we modify this to 5 real fast before we execute this line? Okay, he does go in. So what happens is we probably should be doing the distance to the closest point on the collider. I wonder if there's an easy way to do that. Otherwise, we can just increase the grab distance. Let's say flow distance to closest point on target furniture collider. Will that work, internet? Nothing. Let's see if we can unity distance to closest point on box collider 2D. Point in collider 2D. Sure. I think there is a method that I've seen before, but I can't remember. So we can get the closest point from the bounds. Bounds are just A, B, B. Do not give you the closest point to the collider edges unless you're talking about a non-rotated. Okay. Sure. Defines a point on the exterior of each collider along with the distance between those 2 points. That's what we want. The distance between them can be positive, 0, they're touching, or negative, they are overlapped. Oh, well, that's a nice way to determine if things are overlapped after the fact. Finished fighting my printer. Oh no, the printer won. That's rough. I have a printer down in my studio that I don't think has worked in years. And every time I need to print something, I fight with it. And then I just go to FedEx or something. Printers are a scam. Let's go ahead and use this. So we can say use collide to get distance to furniture. And then hopefully this will just collide. Let's see, what's our example usage here? Physics 2D.distance, sure. Returns our collider distance, sure, that's what we want. Collider A would be us. Position A is where we are, I suppose. Angle A, I'm not sure that that's relevant. Huh. Let's give it a try. Alright, so we want, what is this, physics 2D.distance. So we want collider A to be us, so mover has get component box collider 2D, and collider B is our target furniture dot get component box collider 2D. So there's two colliders. Why are you complaining? Okay, so it returns a collider distance 2D. RIP. It was good knowing you, human. Printers do nasty things. Alright, so this gives us our collider distance 2D. So on that, we have the distance method that'll actually give us our distance between the two colliders. So distance dot distance. Sure. We'll rename this to what's a good name for a collider distance? Collider distance. Sure. Do you guys like tuna and beans? I can't say I've ever had tuna and beans, but it'd probably be good. A little bit of salt, a little bit of good stuff. Do you eat that plain, Kieran, or do you put it on things like bread, toast? I would try it. Yeah, especially depending on the kind of beans. I immediately pictured like refried beans or like black beans because I made a bunch of like a Mexican skillet last night. More like kidney beans or like a white bean would be good. Let's try this again. I think it should work if we do our distance correctly now. I think we'll even be able to leave our grab distance on movers to 1. So let's make sure that they are all 1. Mover, grab distance of 1. Sure. So now even when they go and like push the furniture a little bit before they pick it up, the distance between them and the furniture won't get bigger. Okay, navigating to the furniture, easy peas. Will he pick it up? We cross our fingers while we read about beans. Inside a jacketed potato. Yeah, I'd be into that. Alright, he does pick it up now. Cool. Perfect. So we can start doing all our furniture. Tuna and beans are both things I like. That is how I decide if I should mix things, human. That has actually been a hard, fast, steadfast rule for me for a long time. Like, if I like this and this, I'll probably like them together. Until yesterday, or the day before maybe it was, when Cozy's brother shared the most cursed thing that I've ever seen in that context of, I like both of these things, but I would not like them together. Trying to find the actual picture that they shared, but the abomination was pineapple and mayonnaise. I would not like those together. I can say that right now. I probably would not like those together. Maybe mix it up with rice and corn and throw everything in a pan. See, that's good. Yeah, put that in a pan. Like, those flavors work together. That would be good. Inside a jacketed potato would be perfect. Garlic sauce, salt, pepper, all these things go great together. I was just watching a TikTok and this American was hating on tuna and beans. Yeah, I wouldn't trust a lot of Americans on food preferences. Jesus Christ. Yeah, pineapple plus mayo, absolutely not. I'm not the biggest fan of mayo, but I like mayo. Like, I put it on burgers, I put it on some sandwiches, like a chicken katsu, you need some Kewpie mayo or something. Like, mayo's good. There's nothing wrong with mayo. Pineapple burns my throat. I don't know if I'm allergic to it, but it's good. I wouldn't mix them. Absolutely not. I just got what is it mixed with? Like sriracha mayo that's real good. Very good. All right, let's make some furniture. We've got our couch in place. So I think what we can do to make other variants, can we just copy this? That's probably not a good idea. What we're gonna do is let's put a bunch of furnitures in. So blah, 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 and then we'll fill them with all of our different furniture pieces. And then we will make our furniture variants. We'll use those basically as if we're playing The Sims to just drag in furniture and place it within this house. And then our movers it'll all be rigged up so the movers will come in and just take it all. Mayo apple. No, I don't know about that. I mean, I'd be open to trying mayo on an apple before I'd be open to trying mayo on a pineapple. Pineapple is acidic as AF. Yep. Mayo's underrated in your country. I feel like mayo is overrated a little bit in our country. There was this trend online a few years ago where people would buy ice pops with the milk and then marinate a steak in that. Huh. Probably one of the most disgusting things that would count as edible. Some of the like recipes that I've done in a slow cooker will call for you to fill it with like root beer or Dr. Pepper. That always surprises me so much, but isn't that bad. But I like ice pops, but I'm not sure that I want my steak tasting like sweet fruit. But maybe. All right, we got a bunch of furniture. Let's just rig up our furniture pieces. So we did our couch. Let's do an outdoor chair. All these, you know what? Maybe the easiest way to do this is... That probably looks so bad. It's a 1x1, so update that. Need to get our collider matching. And then all that is fine. So maybe we take that and copy it. So let's call this 1x1 outdoor chair. And then we copy this a ton of times for our other furniture. But boy howdy, does that not look great. We probably won't use that furniture. I've seen people fry stuff with a can of Sprite. Yeah, frying stuff with soda, like... Maybe the bubbles is good and like probably does stuff, and it has like the sugar and some like syrupy stuff, so I could see like logically why it would make sense. It's always just so weird because I don't really drink soda. So like if a recipe is like, hey, you need to soak these meatballs in a hot pan for 6 hours in Dr. Pepper, I'm like, all right. Sugar inside marinade is very similar to it, and the lemon gives it a zest. Interesting. It's like a honey glaze. It ruins the pan, though. Yeah, that checks out. We've got a nice, like, jalapeno pineapple honey in our pantry that I use on a lot of stuff. That seems like a better approach. Probably way better. All right, let's set this up so we can, all right, furniture pieces. So if we drag this guy in here, create a prefab variant. All right, so we now have that as furniture that we can place in. Cool. All right, let's just keep moving on. Wait. Oh yeah, that is what we just did. I've seen people use orange juice to marinate food in my country. You know, if you want like a tangy steak, maybe that'd be good. I'll say though, orange juice with cereal, like a grainy cereal, like Cheerios or something. I've done that on many occasions. Don't knock it before you try it. It's a little bit weird, but it's pretty good. I'm not sure about orange juice marinating steak, but I could maybe see where they're coming from. Let's actually knock out all these 1x1s fast. Milk first or cereal first? You want cereal first. Easy answer. You fill the bowl to the brim with cereal, and then you just put in as much milk as it'll hold from there. But if you put in milk first, you're not going to have enough cereal. Easy, logical, correct answer. There is no other answer. I rest my case. Yeah, cereal first. I mean, also, you're going to splash more often if you do like you fill it full of milk and then you pour cereal in. You're just going to splash milk everywhere. Round table. Let's do that. And he's going to have that guy. Round table. That sure looks like a table. And collider is fine-ish. I hope we don't need to re-rig all these once I like color in the furniture and re-upload it. But surely this is fine. Redeem, hydrate. Thank you, Kieran. I got my water here. Actually, let me first take a big old swig of coffee. And then I'll hydrate for you. Did someone say table? You know what? We should do a cozy themed table to have. I mean, it'd be fun to add in some really, really specific furniture for some of these houses. So we'll do a little table shrine or something. Next up, we got a square table. Just drag that bad boy in. Make sure the collider's looking good. Put him over here and create our variant. And again, all these variants are very, very nice because we can keep our furniture prefab to like make changes to all of them. But the variant themselves just handles the sprite and the collider for that specific sprite. So we're building ourselves a little Sims system. Or if you'll notice the style I drew all these in, this is basically copied over from RimWorld, their style and very top-down grid-based furniture. So I guess we'll be making RimWorld next week. Let's do 1x2 desk. Sure, we can do that next. So we bring in our desk. We want this guy to... Okay, do we not need to update the scale at all? Okay, we can work with that. So we just do a collider on that, and we are golden. Easy. Right, because it wasn't working before because we were scaling the furniture, like the placeholder furniture, with the scale here. So when we put in the sprites, obviously they're going to be stretched too. So now that everything is 1x1 scale, putting in the sprites is just going to work. So here's our desk. Cool. Next up, we've got our outdoor chair, which, the 1x2 outdoor chair. Also, if anybody has, these are the furniture pieces we have right now, but I just walked around our house trying to come up with all the furniture possible. So obviously I'm probably going to be missing stuff. If anybody has recommendations for normal or weird furniture that movers could take away, so like not your fridge or like appliances, hit me up and we'll add those into. Outdoor chair. That guy. Update this collider, and we are cooking. Make our variant and golden. All right, so round table up next. One by two round table. Sure. That sure looks like a square table to me. Because it is. All right, round table. And make that variant. We have so many tables in this house. All right, next up we've got our 1x2 square table. Easy peas, update the collider. I wonder if there's a better way to just like automatically update these colliders, but it doesn't take a lot of time to just do. I cannot click. Here we go. Drag it in there. Square table. Get you out of here. 1x3 bed. It's really nice having them all scaled comparatively to each other too. I mean, the bed looks pretty big compared to like the couch, but I guess that's kind of normal. Maybe couches are, I mean, we have the love seat. It's weird drawing things to scale, I think, but it's the only way to get better at it, I guess. 2x2 round table. And I don't remember if we updated the one we just did, the collider. You know what, on this, maybe we could do a circle collider 2D instead. I wonder, we do look for box collider 2D specifically here, but I wonder if we go look at box collider 2D, it does inherit from collider 2D, which I would expect circle collider to as well. So we should be able to just grab this. We'll just say to do hi future me if there are issues with workers grabbing or not grabbing colliders furniture. It's because we're using collider 2D here instead of box collider 2D. I think it'll grab from the parent here, but always good to look out for future you. But that lets us use a circle collider on these circular things instead of the box collider, so there's not like edges that the player will bump into, which I think is a little bit nicer. So we'll remove our box, do our circle, which looks great. And then let's move this out of here, make our variant. And then for our 1x1 round table, let's go do the same. So we have this like box collider around it. I want to do a circle collider instead. Remove the box. That looks way better. And then as the player passes by, they're not going to like hit the corner and then bump the table without actually touching it. Do we have other circles? Outdoor chair, round table. We could see if this, yeah, I think there's probably a like oval collider or something, collider 2D. We got a capsule we could use to like fit it nicer. We'll just do that. Yeah. So instead of the box collider, we'll do the capsule, which I think, yeah, that'll work. Cool, cool, cool. Back to the furniture. We know we can use better colliders now. Let's say also with this guy, it's a 1x3 couch. So next up we have, after the round table, 2x2 square table, which I thought we had just done, but apparently not. 2x2 square table goes here, box collider. Like, can I just... I guess if I would have copied all these without the collider, I could add the collider and it would size it correctly. But this isn't too bad. No, let's just... Cool. Let's create that. Furniture pieces, variant. Next up is a 2x3 bed. 2-person bed. Pretty large, but I guess that's how large beds are. Let's get our table out of here too. We're also gonna want to like figure out scaling with our camera, because that's pretty rough on the edges. I mean, I guess it'll kind of go away when we have the coloring and stuff, but this is fine. All right, after that we've got our coffee table, which is a 1x2 as well. This is the fun part of the stream. where we're just doing the same thing over and over. How large bed are? You know, that's just how large bed are. Sometimes it do be how it is. All right, we're getting a good furniture catalog. After that, we've got our comfy chair. Just one by one, I believe. That looks so comfy. Perfect, perfect. Variant, and then we have we did our couch. Cool, cool, cool. We've got our desk chair, one by one desk chair. Variant. We will be so fast at this by the end. And now our flat screen TV. That is a 1x2. Nice and thin. Cool, cool, cool. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 left. So let's copy more of these. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So now we've got our 1x1 houseplant 1. And I guess we can just knock all these out at once. 1x1 houseplant 2. 1x1 lamp 1. 1x1 lamp 2. 2x1 love seat. 1x1 office chair. I also thought it would be silly for the movers to take your toilet, so we also have a 1x1 toilet, and we have a 2x1 TV. It's like the CRT TV, is that the term? Cathode ray tube, yeah, we'll just say that. The big boy, super heavy. All right, so we have those left. Let's get these sprites in. So houseplant 1, houseplant 2, lamp 1, lamp 2, love seat, office chair. You can tell how big my monitor is because of how much I have to move my head from one side to the other. All right, so those are all ready. We just need to update their colliders and make them into the prefab variants. So let's do that. And I'm wondering, in terms of like how the workers look as they're visually picking up the furniture, for a lot of the furniture, it moves with them. So if they pick up like this couch here and they turn, the couch turns with them. There might be some furniture like the plants that we just always want like static up and not turning. We'll deal with that later. But interesting thing to potentially add later. All right, lamp. And these colliders don't necessarily have to be perfect, which is nice. Love seat. Office chair. Toilet. And our big bonkin' TV. All right, last step. Now we just copy each of these down to turn them into prefab variants that we can reuse to add that furniture anywhere and have it act like our furniture prefab. Easy peasy. Alright, we're golden. Alright, there's our catalog. Somebody alert IKEA. There's new pieces on the move. We can go ahead and just start designing our home now. So all this can go away. We probably should add some more walls. So just to make pathfinding a little bit interesting. So let's just say that this guy is 0.5 width. I think that's the same width as everything else. Yeah. It'd be fun to add doors also later, but this is fine. So we can do like, let's throw a couch over here, 90 degrees. Now we get to play The Sims. So we put our big old TV over here, negative 90 degrees. Maybe we put a little house plant here as well. Let's turn off our gizmos so that stuff's not in the way. Let's see, what else do we want? A comfy chair. Everybody loves having a comfy chair. You can even angle that a little bit towards the TV. Terrible feng shui for getting around in the room, but that's all right. We've got a coffee table. Let's throw that bad boy in here as well. Front door coming on through. Let's put a bed over here. Let's put a desk in the corner. Sure, why not? And we got an office chair. I love this top-down art style that we can just rotate stuff around and it just works. And maybe we can do like a little 1x1 circle table for a nightstand. And is there anything else that we want? Could put a toilet, but I don't really have the space to do a full-on bathroom. A lamp is a good idea. And then maybe, I mean, we can layer stuff too, which would be interesting. We'll have to play and see how that actually works out when you're like colliding with the furniture underneath, but this could be fine. Square table, round table. I mean, there's no like kitchen, there's no dining area. Let's move the player out of here. Maybe to like bed. And then maybe we can fit a little dining table over here. So 1x2 circle table maybe is a good one. We can do something like this. We can move this lamp over somewhere, but then we can get a couple dining chairs. Desk chair. Do we have dining chairs? I'm sure we do. Comfy chair, desk chair. What does desk chair look like? Oh, we have desk chair and office chair. So desk chair should actually be dining chair. All right, I'm excited to hit play in a minute and just see these movers come and take all this furniture away. All right, so we got a couple chairs for dining. We got a bed. Let's go ahead and instead of our player being a square, maybe we can make him a circle. Something like this, colored green. We can make him a little smaller, but we should also remove that box collider and do a circle collider as well. Gotta run for a meeting in a few minutes, but we'll try and be back. No worries, Cozy. Good luck. Hope it's a fun meeting. I hope it's the best meeting you've ever had in your life. Let's go ahead and that's our new player. I'm gonna hit play and hopefully these movers come and just take everything away. We got 4 movers. Let's watch it happen. So I want to see this real fast so we can see the navigation paths around the house. Where are our where's our truck? Oh, we aren't close enough. Wait, everything is frozen. Suspicious. Things are moved. What's going on here? Unity has froze. Oh, right. We're right. We are connected in Visual Studio. Okay, everything is super wonky. We do push furniture around very easily, which is kind of chaotic and fun. So they're gonna run in. We should probably make them smaller too, but they are just gonna come in and start yoinking away our furniture. They get stuck on stuff, which is fine, I guess, for now. I don't know if he's trying to get to the bedroom. I bet he is. So we can kind of clear a path, I guess. But it'll be interesting to see later how like zoomed in we want the camera to be. Like it's really nice to be able to see all the details and stuff as you run around and like enter a new room and see somebody taking something and be like, ah, I need to grab that. But it might also be nice to have something more zoomed out where you can kind of see everything and strategize more. I'm not sure yet the vibe we want to go for, but that is on the horizon. We will go ahead and we're going to exit here. I want to make our workers smaller, turn them into circles, and then I will take a quick bio break as well. But let's quickly just change this guy to a circle who is red. Remove his box collider, which will help a little bit with him getting stuck on stuff. And then now all our workers look like that. Let's just look once more. I want to see it work. And we will continue from there. Alright, so we don't see anyone yet. Workers coming out. Cool. They're still pretty large, actually. We should probably make them smaller. But I guess that's pretty small for you guys. Yeah, they're definitely too large. And how many tiles do we have to get through here? Oh, we turned off our gizmos. That's why we're not seeing the pathfinding either. So we have 1 tile to get through here, and they're bigger than a tile, so their pathfinding is going to be all sorts of wrong. So let's just quickly go into the mover prefab, scale them down to like 0.6 even. We did 0.7 on the player, but might still be a little bit big. So let's see that. Should be good. And I realized our music... Oh, it is playing. Okay, I thought it stopped. It's just so quiet for me. I wonder why it is reasonable to hear for you guys. But I also think my headphones might be dying in some ways. All right, workers, come on in. Oh, everything is resetting its rotation. That's why we just need to set the this is gonna be perfect. We need to set the spot, the placeholder spot, to the rotation of the sprite when we create that, because they're being set with quaternion 0 identity. So that's why they're always facing down in the same orientation, even when the furniture starts differently. Yeah, so we start hammering stuff down. We get like some feedback on how close things are. We get no reference exceptions. Interesting. The furniture is currently held by a worker. Oh, it might be held by the player here. But either way, I'm going to take a quick little bathroom break, and I'll be right back in just 1 minute. I will let these guys do their thing. All right. 1 segundo. Be right back. Mute my mic so I'm not super awkward. Alrighty, we're doing great. First bug to fix real fast is just getting these guys their placeholder spots to have the same rotation they do. So let's do that real fast. Here, we just literally need furniture spot dot rotation is our rotation. Sure. But we also got some errors here on attempt to take furniture, line 89 in case this clears it. That I want to dig into, because it looks like something is null here. Object reference not set to an instance. So either the furniture controller transform dot parent has a mover controller. I don't think. Wait. 89. So if it doesn't have the mover controller, this is just going to return null. So that's not going to be an error. I think this is null. So if we have our furniture, yes, it doesn't have a parent. So all this furniture out here without a parent, when we do transform.parent, this is going to throw that null exception. So all these need to be in a furniture container. And I think we're going to need to change some stuff around because I don't know how we move it back to its original container. Let's go look at our house manager. We have our furniture spots container and our movers container, but we don't have original container. Oh, original parent. All right, we already did this. They're going to rob your apartment while you're gone. Yes, basically so. I don't know if you saw it a minute ago, but it works so well. Let's decrease this wall a little bit so there's a little bit more wiggle room for them to get through. But check this out. They just run in, they steal everything immediately. But they're just doing their job, you know? So I think we still need to make the player a little bit smaller. But they're coming on in. They are here to help. I noticed some of these things are already a little bit off from their placeholder. But they come in, they cause a real ruckus. They're running to get the furniture that they want. I wonder if these guys aren't. They might need a little bit more of a grab range. But I think this is going to be so fun. You can go and grab stuff back out of their hands, and now they go and get more furniture. We probably need a button to actually like rotate furniture. But that's my lamp. Give me that back. And we probably also want to increase the mass on all this furniture so it doesn't move so easily. But maybe not. I'm getting robbed. So these guys, I assume they're trying to get to the chairs. So, okay. So I think they just need a little bit more grab distance, or the chair needs a slightly, well, chair can't have a slightly larger collider because they wouldn't be able to get as close, even though we're navigating to the edge of the collider. And they should probably also ignore themselves, like each other in pathfinding, but it's whatever. Cool. So I kind of forgot everything I just said to do. Let's go make our player and our movers smaller. I remember saying that. Movers, let's make them even smaller. Let's go 0.5. That's probably a great size to standardize them and the player at. We have our player. 0.5, 0.5. Make sure our collider matches that. Sure. And yeah, maybe the smaller mover is enough for the collider to be fine on this. Oh, we have our box collider on this guy. Maybe with the dining chair variant. Let's go see how a circle collider fits. I think that'll be a little bit better. All right, let's go watch them rob us again, see if they have that same issue. But I think that'll fix it. And I want to do more work on maybe the camera next, because it's kind of like, I don't know if I want to be able to see everything like this, or if we want to be pulled in more. But when you don't see anything and you're like over here, you're like, what the heck is going on? What am I supposed to be doing here? I love that they just shove furniture out of the way to get to what they want. This reminds me a lot of RimWorld in aesthetics. So we want them to grab the chairs. Okay, so the problem is they're trying to get to the center of that tile here, because that's what they're navigating to, the tile that the furniture is mostly on. But they can't really get there because they're pushing the furniture into the wall. So we can increase their stopping distance. We could detect if they get stuck. Or we could increase their grab distance, but that isn't going to help with the pathfinding. So I think we could do the stopping distance, but I think with the circle collider, they're at least going to shove stuff to the side now. So we might just keep an eye on it. I don't think we need to go down like edge case routes quite yet. But is that, what are they doing? Are they all done? They're not going to grab the rest of this furniture? So I guess some of these maybe got claimed, but didn't necessarily get taken. So if we look at our house manager, so we've destroyed all these objects because they've made it to the truck. We probably should actually, let's do this. Moving truck loading spot. Sure. Moving truck loading spot. Instead of destroying it, let's just say furniture.gameObject.setActiveFalse, so at least we keep our references. And yeah, let's keep it claimed, because if we do keep the references, then movers might try and go and get it. So if it's claimed, they won't. But why are they not going for this couch is the question. So let's go, where do we use claimed furniture? You know what, let's, in our mover controller, choose new furniture target. Let's go see what our list of available furniture is, and let's also navigate in here. Okay, so this is going to loop over all of the furniture to move, and we want to wait till it's the couch. So let's step forward so we get this in context, and then pin that so we can see it and step forward until it's the couch. We can just skip this. No, it was like 16 times, but I don't know that it's always in the same order, so I'm just gonna click carefully. Oh, there were only 16 total. It was the 12th one. Okay. Oh, this might not be updating. I see. Let's do our breakpoint here. So if it's null, we already continue. Let's just jump forward. So we got our couch. Let's see. It's not picked up. Do we go in here? We do not. So that's not null. It's not picked up. It's still claimed. Okay. So something claimed it and then was able to put it down without picking it up. Or I mean without unclaiming it. Or maybe they changed targets. They claimed it and then they did something else without unclaiming it. So, a little bit weird, but that's fine. I want to watch and see if we can see it happen again, and also see if maybe we can understand what's happening. Because, like, maybe we went in and grabbed it or something. Do this. So I don't want to touch anything. I just want to see if they are able to get everything without me influencing it. It's going to look so cool when this is all done. Oh, they're just shoving everything around. It'd be fun to do some like smudges and stuff on the floor whenever you move furniture too, so they're also just making your house dirty. Alright, let's go outside so we can get a better view, but I think it'll look a lot better when we have sprites for the workers also. So this guy's stuck on something. Okay, he's just getting the couch. It was the TV and the plant before. I wonder if they're having troubles like pathfinding to the plant maybe, because it is, yeah, both of those are on tiles that are not walkable. So maybe we should be like, what's the term? Snapping these furniture to the grid. Yeah, so they're all done. This guy's probably trying to get this chair, I assume, which... yeah, there he goes. Maybe that needs a circle collider too, just so we can be shoving it around. But there's 3 pieces of furniture that are apparently claimed but not being picked up. So this guy is not on unmovable tiles, but it has been moved from its original position. So I wonder if what happened was a worker claimed it, went to it, it wasn't there, so they left. I bet if we look at our code in the worker controller here, we go down, we get to where we were going, the furniture is still an object, it's not picked up, it's not nailed down, but we're too far away. We go down this target removed path, we don't unclaim the furniture here, so we should be doing that. And that'll free it up. Like, we are already doing that if, say, the player picks it up and puts it down. We release that when the player picks it up or puts it down. I don't remember which. But yeah, I guess since you can just move furniture around, this will also unclaim stuff if they aren't at the right spot. We could have them navigate to the new location for that furniture. Or we could have them do this where they just choose new furniture. I think it's a little bit more chaotic when they choose new furniture, which might be nice, but it makes a little bit more sense if you like move a table over here. They just go to the table then. But since we're not drawing the paths that they're intending to take for the player, it might not super matter. So let's release this. I also want to expand our walls a little bit and get these guys in walkable tiles, because I bet that's the bug for them. So we would just need to test each house to make sure that everything is like reachable by the NPCs, by the workers. So we can just take this wall, shove it over here, and expand these guys. Or actually, what's the best way to visualize this grid? So it doesn't necessarily need to go that far. It can really just go to about here. It's just something like that. And then we just bring this guy over. Then I think they'll both be navigatable, but just in case, let's just rearrange a little bit. Put this guy a little further down, and then our plant over here. Perfect. Let's check that out. So he should be on tiles that they can get to. We're just gonna step outside. Let me just ban this nice fella real fast. And yeah, grabbing the plant now, great. They should also grab the TV. I'm gonna also just shove like some furniture around now that this guy's coming on out. It's gonna be absolutely chaotic to try and get everything back in its original spot. Okay, so we shove that around we saw that he was going for the bed. It wasn't there. So he chose new furniture. He grabbed the couch. So if our bug fix worked, somebody else will grab the bed. If it didn't work and things are still the same, then the bed will stick around forever because it's still claimed. But anybody gonna grab the bed? Everything but the bed is pretty suspicious. Somebody's coming back out, I guess. It just happens to be the bed is the last thing. Okay, now we're getting some errors. But I want to see this guy grab the bed. Okay, cool, cool, cool. So here, unclaim. So the game object was removed. So target furniture is null here. Right, that makes sense. So we'll just do this. If target furniture is not null, because we are hitting it for this outer else. Alright, so that should work. Cool, cool, cool. So there's lots of different things we can do from here. Things that we need to do are, 1, some scoring. 2, we want to show that UI for, your score, also your controls, instructions. We also want to end the level, so when either everything is nailed down or on the truck, either condition, there's no more work for the workers to do, so they will just leave. We need to get them not colliding with each other. I wonder if that's an easy one if we just put them on the obstacle layer that like walls are on. We'll try that. And we also have more levels to build, but I think this is a good one to start with. The other thing to do is... Wait. Okay, we don't need this. Well, yeah, we don't need that. The other thing to do is I want to play with the camera a little bit. So I know that I'm getting these X and Y mixed up. 1 by 3, 2 by 1. I think it should always be 1 by whatever, if they're all oriented the same way. I guess I should actually change the 1 by 2 and 1 by 2. Okay, so let's look at the camera, I think. But let's also, while we're doing other stuff, if we just change this layer to obstacle, we'll see if that lets them pathfind around each other. But I want to get a nice looking camera. Another thing that we could and maybe will do is I have an asset for like shaders on 2D sprites. So we can do some fun stuff with like the furniture, like flashing if it's one that is about to be taken or whatever. And then the last piece I think of stuff that we could do today is some sort of like time-based waiting for stuff. So when they're loading stuff onto their truck, it should take them a few seconds that you still can grab it away from them. Or when you're nailing down your furniture, it might take a second. It shouldn't probably be instant. And likewise, if you're unnailing the furniture, like prying those nails up, it should be a second, and so on. That's kind of the boring stuff, so we don't necessarily need to do that yet. But let's look at this camera, because right now this is what we have. This is what we're working with. I think it's nice to target the small. You know what? We can go large. I think that's fine. We want people full screening. So we'll target large itch.io. And let's go look at, we have our player, which the camera follows. We want to ideally see the street and stuff, but what we can do, since the whole house is contained, we can just shove this house over here. A little bit closer to the street. Maybe even like this. And then we'll put the player back in it. Player. There we are. So he's in bed. Should be able to see the truck drive up. This truck is going to drive up to y=0, so that'll put him here. We should probably, you know, we can shove him up a little bit further. Let's do like y=3. That's a good one. Not that. y=3. So he'll drive up. I'll off stream probably do like acceleration on and deceleration on that just to make it a little smoother. That's more polishing stuff later, maybe another day. So he'll drive up. Movers will come out, start taking stuff. Let's see if we can. So I'm kind of visualizing like one square for the sidewalk when we draw this. So maybe we can move this a little bit closer because I want to pull in the camera more. So if we do something like this. And then we look at this camera. I mean, I guess we can play around with some settings here, but yeah, we should stick to orthographic. So let's bring this in. We could put the player in the living room, like watching TV or something, and then they can see the truck out there. We'll probably want just like a POI blank object for where to put the player for each of these. Houses, but this will work for now. Let's see, camera. Something like that is probably good. Can we get it even down? Nope, that's too far. That should be fine. Let's move him a little bit away from that. He's just gonna shove furniture around when we first start. Let's see that. And I also want to see like how much of the truck clips out, because we want to see that something's there to like get the player to move towards it. But I'm worried that we're just gonna, okay, we don't move furniture too much. And this is not too bad. Can you imagine? Perfect. They are not navigating around each other, but you know, I guess we're determining the paths at once and they're moving, so they're not gonna factor each other into the paths. We probably don't want them on the obstacle layer because like if somebody were standing here, when somebody else generates the path, they would navigate around them, but by the time they got there, that worker will have moved. Why are you guys being suspicious? There's still plenty more. Yeah, and so I was saying you'll probably get weird pathfinding errors, potentially like this, where they think there's not a path to somewhere even though somebody has moved. So I see, maybe we want a smaller grid size because it's pretty rough. Like we probably want to cut our grid size in half to account for these walls. Let's see if we can do that easily. So world size of like, that's our world. Can we do 0.25? Let's see if that makes this furniture a little bit easier to get to on the grid. Okay, yeah, that's looking a lot better. So there, you'll notice like the tiles around the walls are, less of the furniture is inside the red tiles. Still a lot of pathfinding issues. Oh right, there's still obstacle guys. Let's just take that off real fast. Mover, not obstacle. that'll cause really weird bugs. It's kind of hard to understand when you see them. So while we're testing these other things, I don't want them to also be in that place. All right. So gameplay wise, like, we'll probably have the player able to like do whatever they want until these guys get to about here, and then they're gonna knock on the door, and then to start the level, you'll go answer the door. You won't be able to like hammer stuff down until then, but you could like potentially rearrange your furniture if you wanted or something like that. We'll see if we want to allow that. I don't want people to feel like they need to like build barricades or something, but they could. But once you answer the door, we'll show some canvas UI of like, hey, we're here to move your furniture, and then we'll go into that plot, and then you'll let them in. The game will start here, or the level will start here. Do we need the furniture to be obstacles? I didn't think about that, but they really need to be pathfinding around this furniture. We probably should. Let's see what that looks like. If we take all of these, put them on the obstacle layer, we double check that these guys do inherit that obstacle layer. Let's see what this looks like. Because I think we're just seeing weirdness to the pathfinding here. And like, technically it works, but we don't really want that weirdness. Yeah, so now we're seeing a lot of like areas that they can't get to because there's furniture. I'm worried that they're not going to be able to get to any furniture because, yeah, I think that's what's happening is they're trying to pathfind furniture to find a tile that they can get to. So let's take a quick look at our 2D pathfinding service, or pathfinding 2D service, I guess. So when we find a path from a start position to a target position, we're basically trying to find, we get the node, the tile that target position is on. So target position for the couch is going to be like the center point. So it's going to be this square here. And so we're trying to find a path to that square. And so I guess if the furniture is itself an obstacle, you'll kind of always have no path to it. So like here, center point's probably in this square, but we have obstacles all the way around. So nobody is able to find any furniture to get to. So we kind of want to like exclude the target furniture's obstacle squares while we're pathfinding to it. But not when we're generating that path. So what we could do is like when you claim a piece of furniture, you could set it as an obstacle and then set it back when it's unclaimed. We could also adjust our A star to give each tile a weight, like a how hard it is to get through that tile, which would let us find paths like to the center point. They would just be weighted a lot higher, but you'd still be able to find the path, and since the only path is through the higher weights, like you'd be able to get there. Whereas if you needed to navigate here, if each of the red squares was a really heavy weight, like you're not going to go this route just directly through them all. You'll probably go all the way around and like try and cut in this way. So it could make for some more realistic pathfinding of like, obviously you don't want to be walking through furniture to get to other furniture, but then when you reach the furniture that you're trying to pick up, you could walk into it effectively. But like here is another example. If you want to get to the TV, if these white squares are a difficulty score of 1 and the red squares are a difficulty score of 100, instead of walking in through this house and walking through this lamp, you're going to walk around all the way and to the TV. So that might be what we want to do. Let's take a look and see if that would be relatively easy to do. I think we've got costs already on the nodes that are just based on the distance. But we don't have a reference from the node to the object on top of it. Color.red. So here, if it's a walkable node, let's see where let's just kind of trace through some of this logic. So we pass it through as a parameter when we create our node, walkable. So when we create our node here, and this is also going to be static to when we've, like, at the very start of the game is when we're creating this full map of what's walkable and what's not. So it gets kind of hard to, like, be regenerating this based on where things have moved to and stuff. And I don't want to get into like a loop of updating this every frame, ideally. So yeah, we'd kind of need to update this walkable flag either like periodically, and I mean we'd replace the walkable flag with like a difficulty flag or difficulty float or something. But we need to update it periodically based on what is there, which is a little bit hard to do from this like really generic thing that other things are on top of. So we would need to, like, when furniture moves, determine the tiles that it touches and update those tiles, which I guess we could do. But at what cost? This is all just to get people to walk into furniture less. So I'm wondering if there's a better way to do it than to like spend an hour rewriting A-star heuristics. And I mean, there's lots of other stuff that maybe we should be doing. You know what? I'll think on if we want to do this. I mostly just want to think on other ways to solve this. So we're going to move on to other stuff. What we'll do is undo these guys from being obstacles. So the guys will walk through them again. Let's go ahead and just take our couch, move it back a little, and our coffee table, move it forward a little so the player has a little bit more wiggle room. But this is a great way to like introduce to the player, hey, you can bump into furniture when you move it. One thing that we could do, I think we should probably do scoring next, because that's like a core thing that we absolutely need for this to actually be a game. And so scoring is going to be two-tiered. One is you lose currency 1 point, whatever, every time a piece of furniture gets taken. So if somebody picks up furniture and just loads it back on the truck, then you lose, I don't know, $500 for your couch, or 1 furniture point, or something like that. And those are going to be very, very bad. You don't want to lose those. But also there's a more like skill-based reward or score of how close your objects were when you nailed them down. So like here, we nail this guy down. His distance from here is going to be scored as probably pretty bad, because it's nowhere near it. And we'll need to implement that. Hi, Cozy. Welcome on back. We have a bunch of men who enter your house without saying a word and steal all of your stuff. Doesn't that sound like a fun game to play? And oh my god, these visuals remind me of that cheat game I was obsessed with, the Neopets cheat game. Also, fun fact, I drew all of these sprites last night on the iPad. So, perfect. Your sketch will make it in later. I still need to like color all these guys, but it's crazy to see that it actually works. Oh, the homework cheating game. Yeah, you showed me this where you need to like sneak around and the teacher can't see you. Uh, that's, I think that's a compliment as well. I mean, that's it seemed like a good game. I love it. All right, so we still have a little bit of weirdness with like pathfinding because this guy's trying to get to the center point of the couch, which is here, but he can't get closer to the couch because the couch is in the way and he can't push the couch out of the way. So actually what we should probably do just to make a lot of this easier is increase the grab distance of these guys from maybe 2 is too much, but let's see if they can grab the couch now. The homework cheating game is a thing that I forget exists, but I dig it. I think it's good graphics. All right. But yeah, as with scoring, I mentioned like the skill-based score is going to be how similar your stuff is to where it was. Well, that's not going to work, guys. So I think we can color these like ghostly shadows of how far things are based on what the score will be. So like here it can be normal, but like as you move this chair further and further away, the ghost could turn red or the chair itself could turn red. Not sure which one makes more sense. Probably the chair, because ideally you'll want like the focus to be on the object that needs moved back. If it's just this, you're like, all right, where the heck did that chair go? And it's over here and you're not sure. But I mean, I guess if you just see this guy, you're not gonna know where he goes either. Like it could be either chair. But we can probably do some coloring of the ghosts there. We still have, I mean, the easy thing to fix this sort of like pathfinding scuffle is to like rearrange the furniture, but I don't really want to do that. I would love to fix the actual thing. This guy can get out of my way. Great. Stop pushing furniture. Get out of here. All right. So he still can't grab the couch, which is interesting. What is his grab distance of 2? What about 3? What about 55? Okay, that's not quite. Oh, he's still trying to pathfind to this square before he tries to pick up the thing on that square. So we could also increase the arrival threshold. Let's take this grab distance back to 1. Arrival threshold of 1. Yeah, I guess if they get to the adjacent square, that's probably good enough. That'll also help a lot with them getting stuck on each other. So let's mover, arrival threshold of 1. I don't think that'll mess up. I know we use that arrival threshold for every tile that they're trying to get to. So they might like progress through the waypoints one step too fast maybe. So we just want to double check here that things don't look weird. They're kind of getting stuck on the walls, which is, yeah, I'm wondering if like as soon as they're here, it counts them as being here instead. So they immediately try and go from here to the next step and they get stuck on the wall. So that's not quite what we want. So let's just try something in the middle. We've got our arrival threshold of 1. Let's try 0.75 and let's also do a grab distance of 2. And let's also bring these guys back a little bit so they're closer on their body, since now they're not colliding with the workers themselves. Let's see what this looks like. They shouldn't get stuck on this corner as much, hopefully. Just a little bit, but they do get around. And now they carry it a lot closer, which I like. Still don't navigate around each other, but I think that's fine. I'll take that back. Thank you. We could set up scroll wheel, like when you're holding something, we could have it rotate the object. That might be nice. And then you just set it down. But do we need to have a forward indicator on the player first before we do that? I'm not sure. Let's see if we can do that real fast. So, first of all, that was way too big of a grab radius. Let's do 1 on the player. I guess that makes a lot of sense. Since we scaled the player down, he was able to grab things 3 players over. So let's say, well, let's first of all check in what we have. Reminder, friendly reminder, always back up all your work. Fix a bunch of bugs with pathfinding and picking up furniture. Yeah, I probably should have been committing all of that as we went, but, you know, it's a game jam. We're good to go. But, yeah, I think one thing that would be very helpful, maybe before we get to the scoring bit, first of all, let's add a little face on the player so we see what direction he's moving in. 2D, let's do a triangle, sure. And I think he will be facing, it looks like a hat. He'll be facing up first. So let's do this so we can kind of see the direction he's going in. That'll just help us in like knowing where we're gonna drop furniture and stuff. Let's also make this a nice green. Here we go. So, right. Player script. Update. Let's say on scroll. Well, let's see. First of all, we want if. Do we have held furniture? Yeah. Held furniture is not equal to null, then scroll wheel will rotate the held furniture 15 degrees per click. And let's go ahead and stick that in a function. That'll work because actually I don't know. In the new input system, is scroll wheel like normally with a like so with movement, if you have WASD, if W is held down, input.getAxisRaw vertical gives you a value of 1 because that button is held down. If you're on a controller, you have that range of motion of like how much forward it's pressed forward. So the getAxisRaw is going to give you like a number between 0, not pressed at all, and 1, which is fully pressed. So you might get like 0.7 or 0.3 if they're only moving a little bit. That's how you do like slower movement in games. But with the scroll wheel, I wonder what the like range is on that. Let's say handle rotate input for held furniture. Let's implement that. And we'll say scroll wheel blah blah blah. Mouse scroll delta. Okay. So we're gonna say debug.log scroll. We want to see that range of values as I wildly scroll up and down. But that seems pretty straightforward. If you are moving the scroll wheel at all, then it probably will be 1 or -1 for scrolling up and scrolling down. If that's the case, rotating 1 or -1 will rotate 15, surely this is degrees. Yeah, 15 degrees. So let's see that. This might just work, it might not. But that's way better than RimWorld's system of pressing, is it? I don't have the right keycaps on my keyboard. I think it's, what the heck are those top 2 buttons? Is it square brackets maybe? But sim style too, of just pressing one button to rotate 90 degrees over and over again. All right, let's see this. We pick up our coffee table, we scroll the wheel. Oh my goodness, we're so good at this code. And then we can place it down where we want, nice and rotated. It's gonna be shoved away, I guess. We probably want to do a little offset on how the player holds things because it's put on your body and you shove yourself away when you place it down. That might be fun, of just like more chaos because it's so impossible to get things lined up correctly. Give me that. Yeah, let's do the offset. That'll be nice. So we've got this guy, hold offset. Maybe we can do a, like, even 1.5. And I'm realizing, I don't think we're rotating the player at all, are we? Because I didn't see the face move around. It's an easy way to sneak in when we don't have sprites. Yeah, but it's going to be really relevant when the sprite we draw is facing forward. But the question is, so if we rotate our player here, yeah, it's going to be nice and chaotic because if we're like up here and we go down, it's going to have the player facing that way and rotate the table with it. I wonder. Okay, so it always picks it up forward. So one by one looks pretty good. That one shouldn't dump around too much. Yeah. So we might also want to, you know what, this is fine. Like for big pieces of furniture, it's going to be on top of you and it's going to shove you around. But I think that's fine. Like a little bit of chaos is fine. That's the fun of it. But now we can rotate the objects, which is nice. You got to get it back in place. Welcome back, Tony. It's looking good. Thanks. We got all these hand-drawn sprites. I'm about to get into scoring. Tell me what you think of this, if you think it's a good idea. But right now I'm thinking of two tiers of scoring. One is like passing the level and one is like mastery. So passing the level is just like keeping furniture. Like you can nail down furniture so they don't take it. So like this TV, I can go up and press X. They won't be able to take that anymore now that it's nailed down. And we've got a little bit of like, well, I'll show you in a sec. You can nail down furniture to keep them from taking it. So like the big scoring is how many pieces of furniture you lose. But the mastery of scaling is when you're putting that stuff nailed down, how far it is from its original position and orientation. So if I were to put this guy back, maybe in the other room, facing this way, and nail it down, you see like it has a distance. So I don't know how to translate that into like a logical scoring of like how far and how wrongly rotated your furniture ended up being. But I think the master, like the S tier play, is going to be able to take everything and put it back in perfect place while also not losing any furniture. But like the easy play is you just keep all your furniture. You run around, grab it from them, put it down wherever it needs, nail it down, etc. So that's kind of what I'm thinking for scoring, unless you have a better idea or anybody else has a better idea. I think I'll get the player rotating now, so it doesn't necessarily need to be thought through right this second, but that's what I'm thinking. What did we just do? I don't recall, so we'll check in stuff later. Oh, rotate furniture with scroll wheel. All help. Coolio. So let's go back to our character controller. And then we will rotate. So here should give, we should be able to get a direction, like a vector from these. Where is our movement? Movement.normalize. What do we do with movement? Movement here. All right. So now rotate the player. Easy peas. I'm going to assume that's right. Looks pretty right to me. Radians to degrees. A tangents. Quaternions. Eulers. 90 degrees. Seems like good trigonometry to me. All right, so I'm gonna assume that worked. I want to see the player rotate. We've got a face on them now, so we have a direction. I also want to see the furniture, how it looks when it rotates around when the player is rotating. Because I think that'll add a little bit more chaos if like the furniture itself is rotating as you move. Okay, so we move. Okay, that's cool. We have like a 90 degree. Oh, we have all 8 angles. That's actually really nice. But if we grab this wall from the bottom, okay, it moves with us like that, which is kind of silly, but you know, that makes it so people can kind of get things right this way, kind of. So like tall pieces like that, you'd almost need to come in from this top and place like this so it doesn't shove you out of the way, versus if you tried it here, it would shove you out of the way. We probably shouldn't flip things like this, but I guess it kind of makes sense when you consider. I mean, I guess that's fine. I'm also wondering if, like, would showing the grid be a good idea? Maybe not. Probably not. Yeah, this is pretty chaos to like wrap my brain around the controls, to be honest. One thing that we probably should do, besides fixing all this pathfinding, is the large objects. So if I pick this up, it's going to... We have an offset from the center. So anything we pick up is going to be 1y above the player. So it's going to be in front of us, but it's not going to be rotated like it is here. Or apparently it is, actually. So you would just need to, if we come from the side, yeah, if we grab tall objects from the side, we need to almost offset it more. Maybe we offset it by whatever our distance to that closest collider. I was using that. That closest collider point is, instead of just like a static amount. We could do that. Because we have, where's our player? Here. We've got our hold offset here. So if we go see where that is used. Nope. It's not at all what I copied. Hold offset. Hold offset. So here, we just set the local position of the furniture that we've just picked up to the offset that we have hard coded in. I think what we can use instead is an offset that uses the two colliders so we keep the same distance. Maybe we could even, well, yeah, let's see if we can use our, we used physics2 dot, whatever it was earlier. Let's grab this. Physics2d dot blah, blah, blah. Where's that new method we learned about? Collider distance. So here. That gave us a distance, but we almost need it like the full vector because we need an x and a y. Can we get both? Point A. I mean, I guess we could just do the math too. But who does math on stream? Let's go look at that documentation again. Collider distance 2D. What does that give us? gives us 2 colliders. We might just do the math between those points, because that's going to give us, so if we'll get into place. We'll talk this through. We got this. Easy math. Math, not meth. So if you are here and you pick up this table, this couch, I mean, right now we take this couch, parent it under the player, and then offset it by this player's static offset amount of nothing right now, apparently. Oh wait, that's offset on that. Of 1.5y. So it's going to be like mostly centered on the player, shoved down a little bit. And we saw that with when we grab it. Oh, let's put that away. When we grab it, it is mostly offset, or mostly centered on the player, but offset 1.5y. So shoves it down. What we want instead is, let's see if we can get this in place so I can reason about it. So here, we were thinking about doing an offset of X and Y based on, so center point here, center point here. That would keep it exactly where it's at. Maybe that's actually what we want. Alternatively, we could do a collider check of closest point on the player to closest point here and do an offset of that amount. I don't think that's actually what we want because the couch's pivot point is going to be in the center. So we'll just do the math ourselves. We don't need fancy schmancy things. Let's see. What were we looking for here? So we want a vector 2 same offset position is equal to new vector 2 local position y. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I guess when we might not have to do anything at all because we parent it under the player. So it's already going to be relative to the player and rotate with the player, etc. Like we can literally just remove that and remove this extra line that repositions it. I think that'll just work. I think that will just work. And also a friendly reminder to all the viewers, go drink some water and also back up all your code and what you're working on. Let's go see if this works. We got some debug to clean up too. But if we go up top, pick up this couch. Perfect. All right, so you can just pick up stuff wherever it's at, rotate it. I mean, it's a little bit weird that it can be so far away from you, I guess, but only when you rotate it around like that. And we could even reposition it. Like here, we could be sliding along the collider edge when we do this, like have it shove the couch out or us back, probably the couch out, but I think this is fine. I mean, it is intuitive at least. You can understand what's going on even when there's weird visuals like this. We could also just like shove the couch in when there's free space, but I think that'll get weird. Do we want to, when we pick up furniture like this, we probably want to face the character to the furniture and then pick it up so you don't have this weirdness. It'll instead grab it like this and put it where it's at. Let's see how that looks. So we don't need this after all. Before we reparent this, let's rotate the player toward the furniture. So distance between the furniture and us is a direction get an angle from the direction, set our rotation to point. Watching without sound right now, but this is making me LOL. Oh, we're doing hard math. All right, so this, like, if you walk next to some furniture and press space, hopefully it'll have you point at that furniture and then pick it up. So it's one, clearer what furniture you just picked up, since it's a radius around you can press space from. But let's say here, okay, it points at the center, that's fine. Oh, that's going to get real chaotic real fast because the angles are going to be all wrong. But if I face away, grabs that. All right. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. It definitely messes with my brain a lot. Yeah, it's so hard to get things in place. You have to like also be rotating. We almost need like a way to walk backwards. Like here, I just want to like move a little bit backwards. We could add weird key bindings of like Q moves left. L, wait, those are not the right key. Well, Q I guess is, but QW. E would move to the right, and then like something else will move you up and down always, instead of refacing you up and down always. Definitely a lot of pathfinding issues now, though. But I do love this. Alright, we need to definitely lessen up the player's the player's grab radius, because we're picking up a bunch of random stuff. Let's do that to start. We already have a pretty small one, but maybe half a unit is good. We'll probably end up redesigning this house just around the pathfinding stuff, but I'd love to fix the pathfinding stuff, so I don't want to touch that too much because it's easily reproducible right now. But maybe we can set up a loading time for the truck. So I think we might have some UI for that we can yoink and get something that looks nice. Let's go ahead and first, not that. Did we just do, oh yes. Rotate player toward furniture when they pick it up. Cool, cool, cool. We could get multiple trucks working. I mean, that should just work automatically. But let's get time to load in the truck working. Because right now we have our truck loading spot. It accepts furniture from a mover when they arrive at it. So we can just pretty easily add like a timer that they need to be waiting here before it's loaded on. It would be nice to show some UI that is synced to that timer, so maybe that's where we should look at UI first. So we can, is there anything in here to use? Probably not. I think there was actually, let's do this. In our asset we got for the UI, there was, I think it was a slider, something in here. So we could do like a time thing like this, but I was eyeing these things So we can do a different icon, obviously, but does it make sense for like 5 seconds to load up and you see like each second? I think that's like more visually cool and also more compact than doing something like this with 5 nodes. Like they still fill up in the same way, but I think it would be nice to have like a truck icon here that we see something loading in. Maybe that's a great place to put our score. Like, first of all, let's grab this guy. And let's go back to our scene. But we have the concept of these like 2 tiers of scores that I mentioned. I don't feel like I need to go through them over and over and over on stream unless somebody's asking. But we have canvas, like time limit for the round. We have 1 kind of score and 1 kind of score. It's a little bit weird to have them both up there because you're not sure, like, I mean, this is the only score you really need to care about, but this is more of like a mastery score. So we don't necessarily need this like UI stuff up top. We can show the scores on top of the truck or like on top of wherever it's relevant. So if we get rid of these and throw in, say, this guy and put it over near the truck, let's get a different icon real fast. I don't think we're going to have like a truck icon, but we can definitely have something. I'm very excited to add in these, by the way, of when you hammer down your furniture and you get the little like DDR style. Awesome. Based on how much score you got on it. Let's see if we have anything that very quickly symbolizes like loading. Sure, this is good enough for now. And since up is usually like a good thing, maybe we rotate it a little bit to kind of show like these are leaving instead of necessarily being a good thing. All right, so we have this guy. So when a piece of furniture gets to the truck, what we can do is have it count up like this as it's being loaded in. And then when it finally finishes, we can do some sort of event of like, oh, you've lost a point because some furniture was loaded in. We'll reset this for the next thing. And then we can also have this of like our score potentially instead of what we were thinking about up here. That's not it. This guy. So like here, it just makes more sense, I think, to make it nice and compact over where it's relevant. And we'll get a nice like truck icon here. Let me actually make a note to myself to draw one of those tonight. Truck loading icon. Okay, cool. And then we can have something like, I don't know how much furniture is in this house. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 pieces. So we'll probably want to expand this a little bit, but that should, I mean, handle up to 99 pieces. What's the widest character? Are there any? Is it 4? Yeah, so we'll just expand this very slightly, and then we can actually handle every number up to 99. Cool. yeah, I guess this can start because I was having a little bit of a weird like way to frame the scoring of this because it's not the traditional like gaining points, you're kind of losing points. So it was weird to have as like a top level thing that was going down effectively. Like 3 out of 15 is worse than 0 out of 15. But putting it over here and maybe also changing this to like FF0000, like a nice red, that's 2 red. Let's bring this guy up, like a 4-4. Something like this where we can put the number going up in red as like a, oh, you don't want this to go up, but it also is very clear what the number is counting up because we can have the second number be like the original number of pieces of furniture that you signed up to move. So I think that'll work well. This will probably be very nice, and it's in the HUD, so it'll move along with you. So it won't necessarily be always anchored to the truck, but that way it'll also let you see, like if you're in the bedroom and you can't necessarily see the truck, oh, somebody is loading something in. So let's just move this guy a little bit, anchor him bottom right, and then do up like something like this. Cool. So that means it's going to need some sort of controller for managing its state. I'm also realizing we're going to need some sort of like queue system for workers to load onto the truck, since this implies that only one person can be loading at a time, and right now it's just whenever you get there, it's immediately loaded. I think that'll be easy to add too, because we can just have workers stay in this like unloading state until the spot is available, and then somebody can claim it, unload, and then the next guy can claim it, unload, etc. Kind of the same way we do with the furniture. So let's hook that up. So here, let's go ahead, and the movers are probably going to need a reference to this guy. So this is going to be truck unloading status. We will add a reference to that in the house manager, but let's do a truck unloading status manager. Yeah, that'll be fine. And then we'll write some logic for like waiting and counting down while syncing the timer. And then we'll have a flag that the movers can check of like, has this been loaded yet? That logic can be on like the mover or the loading spot even. Maybe it should be on the loading spot, and that'll just update the status manager. It's probably a good way to do it. Just so we don't have like too much business logic floating around everywhere. Okay, so here, when a mover gets to the delivery spot and the spot still exists, the mover still has... This seems like there's probably a bug here. Target furniture probably doesn't get unset when the player steals furniture from the worker. It does get unset when they go to pick up other furniture. So there is probably an edge case where if there's only one piece of furniture left, so they're not going to try and find any other targets for furniture. If there's one piece of furniture left and they grab that furniture, they will keep moving back to the truck when the player takes it, and then that'll still be set when they get to the truck, and it'll load it up. So that's a bug that we should probably fix, but maybe not right now. Okay, fully back for a bit. Welcome back, Cozy. We are building silly games still, and I'm glad it was giving you giggles without sound. Just trying to figure out like how we want scoring to work and how we want to like communicate the score to the player, really. So when do we want to fix that right now? We could. We probably just need, yeah, when we steal furniture from a worker, attempt to take furniture, we can just set, oh, we do that already. All right, well, we fixed it again. Target furniture to null. So that bug doesn't actually exist. Cool. So when a worker arrives at a truck loading spot is the path we're going down. So here, if we're in the delivering state, so we're holding furniture, we're going to the truck loading spot, we have finally reached our destination, which is how we got in this else thing. So the destination is the loading spot. What we want to do is wait for our turn to load, and then when it's our turn, start the loading process, and then wait for the loading process to finish before we reset everything and go to find more furniture. So truck loading spot is going to need a reference, like a flag of in use, or a reference back to like what furniture is being loaded maybe, or which worker is loading on it. Like basically it's not a singleton, there's another word for it, for like, is someone using this? A lock, a mutex. Also digging the synthwave music. Heck yeah. I started with Mr. Kitty, his Time album, the one with After Dark that I love so much, and we have just gone wild since then. I can only barely hear it in my headphones. I'm wondering if I need new headphones, but people were saying it was nice and loud earlier. But I'm jamming along too. I literally almost said this gives Mr. Kitty vibes. Yep, it's so good. All right, we're going to say public worker. What did we call them? Mover controllers. Worker using this spot is null. So now we can do a public bool is available, which is just if the worker using the spot is null, and we can do a public void start loading process with a worker, and then that will start this process, which maybe we want to show like a little blinking effect or something, or a little splash, whatever the effect in the UI we want to show that like brings attention to it. Maybe just flash the color orange or something for a frame. But then we'll have something using this spot, and we could at this point either stick something in an update here that's like, if this is in use, then continue the loading process. Maybe that's what we'll do, but the other place we could put it is in here of like managing that process. But I think it makes more sense to stick it in the loading spots controller, and then we can do like, we can kind of set these up really fast now of if truck target spot or target truck spot dot is available. So we wait until that is true, or we're already working on it. What do we call that? Worker using this spot is this. So either we can start working on it or we'll continue working on it. When it's our turn, we start the loading process. That's exactly what we're doing, right. And now we will wait for the loading process to finish. So we will say a couple different ways we could do this. But I think we'll do target truck spot dot start loading process of this as start loading process with us as the worker, and then we'll do another if target truck spot dot is loaded is current process complete, something like that, where after some amount of time in here we can flip that over to true, and then the worker knows that the job is done so they can go off and do their own new thing. And we can also set this true if the player comes and grabs the furniture too. So we can maybe even say, like, is it finished instead of complete, because it might have failed effectively. So I think that's going to be fine. That's what this will do. Wait for it to finish, and then we can accept it like we did. And we'll just come back to here. But once that's all done, then we can reset the worker's state so they go find another job to do. So that clears what furniture we're working with, sets us back to the searching state, and starts that chain. So here, let's do this real fast. So our truck loading spot, public bool, is that finished, is going to be, we'll write that in a sec. So public float time to load furniture is 5 seconds. Maybe we even seconds to load furniture. Private float time until furniture is loaded. So now when we have start loading process, we set time until furniture is loaded to the timer we have. Is the process finished is going to be whether time until that is less than or equal to 0, and then we just throw in a public void update if worker using the spot is not equal to null. Someone's doing a unload, then we just tick down time until furniture is loaded. And we probably should like clamp that to 0 and stuff, and only do it if it's not already less than 0, etc. But I think it's fine for here. Cool. So that's mostly correct. If we ran this right now, we still need to clear this spot for the next piece of furniture. So we remove that. And then, so what we would see here is a worker goes and gets a piece of furniture, takes it back to the truck, starts the loading process, 5 seconds, and then, yeah, starts the loading process. We get set as the worker using this spot, so this would keep firing over and over again. So that is a bug. We don't want that. We want... Don't really want to just add like another flag of is someone loading something right now. But maybe we should. We can say public bool is being loaded is false. So here is being loaded is false. Start loading process is being loaded is true. So then here, if target truck spot dot is being loaded. Then we wait for the process to finish. Otherwise, we will start the loading process. And I want to flip those so it's a little nicer. Oof. All right, so if the spot's not being loaded yet, we start the loading process with us as the worker. If it is being loaded, we wait until the process is finished, and that is what receives the furniture, puts it on the truck, etc. I think this will work. We won't show it in the UI, but right now I would expect movers to get back and just wait there for 5 seconds. Then the furniture disappears. Then they go get new furniture. So we'll check that. I didn't press play. RIP. All right. Let's see if things happen. This is so hard, actually, to have things moved like that. I think that's hard. Okay, so he's waiting. They're waiting. First furniture finished. I bet he's pathfind blocked. Yeah, so now this guy's waiting. They all waited their turn to use the loading spot. I think it's working. They are getting stuck on walls so bad. Okay, so this guy should wait. All right, I think things are working. We need to draw them above the loading spot though, but easy peas. Perfect. So now we can just draw the UI from that. But first, let's moving truck loading spot order and layer of -1, and that should handle that actually. All right, so commit workers take 5 seconds to load furniture and wait their turn per truck. So I guess that also makes the like multiple trucks that we can send more of an impact on the difficulty. So if you have 2 trucks coming, there can be 2 different loading processes, and maybe that's when we'll have multiple UI things or something. I'm not entirely sure how we want to indicate that if we're doing this, but I think gameplay wise that'll be more fun. Cool, so let's update this bad boy. So we have a truck unloading status manager, which will probably just be able to update directly from the truck loading spot script. I kind of want to also move this guy so it's a little clearer that this happens after the stuff above. And then we will just update this UI from in here, I think. So each loading spot should probably get a truck loading status manager, and that'll work because we can throw them in like a horizontal layout group or something, and then we can create them as prefabs when we instantiate a truck loading spot, which we do for each truck that arrives. So that would mean like if we wanted to, we could have 3 of these show up side by side or on top of each other automatically when we send 3 trucks. We'll hold off on doing that because I don't necessarily know if we want that UI, but this will work. So we will have public truck unloading status manager. When we start the loading process, we will alrighty, Drusuf, I'm gonna catch some Z's now. Good luck with the game. Thank you, human. Get some good sleep. I think tomorrow it'll be a lot further along. And I'm excited to see it shape up. I'm also excited to play yours. Let me shout out Human one last time. He rated me earlier with 10,000 people actually, so that was really exciting, and he's always a good vibe. He's also working in this game jam. The theme is nothing can go wrong, so you'll have to go see how he is interpreting that. It was just 14. It's basically like 14,000. But have a good night. Alright, so we are going to need some methods on this bad boy. And that's just going to be, so we'll have like public void flash indicator. And we will do that when we start a new loading process. And then as we are counting down, we can say like update seconds remaining or something like that. We'll say public void update seconds remaining. A little bit weird because it's actually like counting up, but that's fine. And we'll, for that, have a private int previous seconds remaining is something. We pass in seconds remaining. We check to see if seconds remaining is not equal to previous seconds remaining, so we're not updating on every single frame, we're only updating when the actual number changes. And so now here we can say just truck unloading status manager dot update seconds remaining, where we pass that in as an int, which might be a little bit weird to do every frame casting to an int, but it's fine. I guess we will also add if time until furniture is loaded is greater than 0. Only do that, or only do all this, so we don't just keep doing it with negative time amounts. So we'll update the pips here. We also probably want a public void set max furniture count, or original furniture count. Max furniture count is good. Kieran redeemed hydrate, thank you so much. I am just talking away. I feel like my streams have gotten longer and longer and longer. I definitely started this one earlier today, so I could use a little bit of drink. That was the coffee, so now for some water. This is hard work. It's probably not as hard work as like actually being a mover, but it's certainly hard work. Set max furniture count, we'll have max. Sure. And that's going to be int furniture count, max furniture count is -1, so we know if there's an error, that's just going to be max furniture count is equal to max. We also need public void add loaded furniture base. So that's just going to add our current furniture, will add by 1. Tequila would be nice. I don't know about that, but you know, maybe so. I used to be a mover. This looks harder. All right, I've got the expert mover in the chat. Thanks for the Thanks for the confirmation. All right, so now we have current furniture loaded. And then lastly, we're going to need a private void redraw furniture loaded text. And that's going to update the text here with our two values. And we probably want to, well, I guess we don't need to redraw the counter. So we have a slider, which we could potentially, like, I was expecting it to be a whole numbers slider. So max value of 5, like, ooh, that's not good. They're not the same length. That's awful. Why would they put an asset like this that the bars aren't the same length? Like, that is 1. All right, so what we're going to do instead is we'll actually count up every 0.1 maybe or so. And we'll just see the bar fill up that way. And it'll kind of feel like it maps to seconds to the player. It'll be 5 seconds overall, but I guess each pip won't be an individual 5 seconds. Cool. So that means we don't need to pass in this as an integer. We do need the previous seconds remaining to be a float. And now we want seconds remaining. So it's going to start at 5 and count down. So if the seconds remaining is less than the previous seconds remaining, then we set previous seconds remaining to seconds remaining, and we update the slider value. So I guess we can also, we know we have a slider. I want to make sure this is a Text Mesh Pro for the text. But we should be able to update these real fast. I'll hammer them both out, and then I think it'll all work. Maybe. Text value, Text Mesh Pro, cool. All right, so we want a public slider from UI and public Text Mesh Pro UGI count label. And then we probably also, this icon frame is probably the blue background. We can flash that to like orange for a frame or something to really draw the player's attention to it. So here it's set to something, but we can flash it to like that for a frame. Let's actually grab that color. That was really pretty. That'll do. So we'll take that. We will go with public color flash color. We'll go set that on, I think that's on the truck unloading status. Status manager, right. Oh, I didn't mean to actually update the color. Let's undo that. Go here and paste in here. Cool. And opacity of 255, of course. All right, so our slider gets that, our count label gets that. So now, flash indicator, we can say, you know what, let's do this too. Let's do a private color flash original color. And start, we want to save that. Yep, that's exactly it. Flash indicator, we want to do slider.fill right. Wait, that's not what we want. we want a public image highlight background, because it's actually going to be that inner thing we're not updating the slider itself. So we want flash original color dot highlight background, and then we do highlight background dot color to that. We can also, like, I was gonna just do it for a frame, but maybe we just wait. We keep it orange until the very end. So we don't really have like a end. Let's take a look at this real fast. Let's go back to the mover controller. Here is where it's the end. So we can do a target truck spot dot end moving process. Don't need to pass in this, but it is fine. Might be relevant later. So here, now we can unflash the indicator effectively. Yeah, that'll be fine. Unflash indicator. And we just set it back to the original. So here it's just going to be target, truck, target, whatever it was called. Truck unloading status manager. Cool. So that should handle the whole like start to end. So here, let's update the slider value to that seconds remaining, which is a float now. Cool. We need to probably do 5 minus that, but let's go double check. Because we're passing in seconds remaining, so it's gonna like go reverse. So it'll start at 5 and then count down. We can probably just do right to left, and then we pass in 5. Wait, that's the exact same thing. Am I crazy? Okay, well, we can flip the scale. We could do whatever we want, but we will just do the easy thing of, instead of passing in the actual value, we will do 5 minus that. So when you pass in 5, it'll start at 0. If you pass in 4, then it's 1 second in, etc., etc. Cool. So lastly, redraw furniture loaded text. Let's grab our formatted text. Let's actually undo that. Keep it default 0. Here, cool. We can say string formatted text is equal to that, where we insert current furniture loaded as a bad number out of max furniture count. Cool. So now all we need to do when we start is update seconds remaining to 0, which is fine. We probably need to reset this when we start. Yeah, that's fine. And let's also redraw furniture loaded text. So it should start as 0 out of like 14. Although we probably don't actually want to do that yet, because we need something else to count all the furniture in the scene. So that'll probably be like the house manager or something. So let's just do this. You know what, we can just very quickly do this. It's nice to get things quickly done instead of having an endless to-do list. So we can do a public truck unloading status manager. This won't actually work when we have multiple trucks if they have their own status managers. But it'd be pretty easy to fix to like a list that they register themselves in. So we can do wherever we generate all the furniture. Or I guess all the furniture adds itself to this list on start. So we actually need to just like repipe a few things instead of letting them add directly to this. We need to wrap it in a function so it'll add and then also call redraw. So let's just do that real fast. Furniture to move. I wonder how many errors we're going to get if we make that private. I want to see where it's all used. Probably not too many places. So here is where we are intending to replace it, but also here is, okay, yeah, we probably want to do the same thing as well. So that's fine. Here though, also adding. Okay, cool. Easy peas. So we'll just add, let's see, what's it called? Furniture to move. Public void add to furniture to move. Furniture controller. So that's all we're going to do there. And then we'll also redraw the, what is it called? Truck unloading status manager. That's not quite it. Redraw furniture loaded text, because that's the only bit that is related to like how much furniture is in the scene. It doesn't really matter. We don't need to redraw the slider. And then we also need remove from furniture to move. Furniture, wait, that didn't auto-complete at all right. Remove from furniture to move. Furniture controller, furniture. So we remove it and we redraw. Okay, so that's fine. Now we go to where we have those errors and use those new functions instead. So instead of why are you taking me to those lines? So instead, here we do dot add to furniture to move. Pass in our, oh, it takes game objects. Okay, that's fine. Let's fix that real fast. So it's not furniture we pass in. It's game object. I guess we should have known when we were casting the game objects here. Or fetching game objects. All right. Cool. So now, one more. Dot add to furniture to move, and this guy. Remove from furniture to move. Okay, so this guy is mad because, oh, is this still private? It's internal. I thought it'd be able to access that. Oh, I didn't save that file. All right, things are looking up. This might just work, guys. No more errors. Let's take a quick look at this. We have the indicator to flash. We have seconds remaining to count. It's got a little cache, so it keeps going. That gets reset when a new one starts. Update seconds remaining. On the second timer, previous seconds remaining will be 0. So this won't be less than 0. So we'll just I mean, if we're doing it every frame, that caching isn't really going to help anyway. So we'll remove that. It's fine. We can just update it every frame. So we set our max count. We add here. We need to redraw, and also update seconds remaining. That'll redraw for us already. Oh, right. We never even set that. All right. So that should all work. Let's go set these references real fast, and then we'll test it. Easy peasy. Let's see here. Truck unloading status. All we're missing is, I think it was this guy. Yeah, that guy. Use our highlight background. So now, when we load into the game, this should say 0 out of 13. When someone starts loading, it should turn orange and start loading up. When it's done loading, it should turn back blue and say 1 out of 13. Oh, what'd we forget? Oh, right. House manager. House manager needs this guy. All right, clear. Let's try this again. Fingers crossed, but I believe. Well, that's not right. 0 out of -1. Okay. Let's see if the other stuff happens. I love them just like pushing furniture around. All right, so this guy's gonna start loading. Does not go orange. Okay. We are missing another exception, or another reference. On the truck loading spot. Needs truck unloading status manager. Sure. That makes sense. I think our interpolation is not what we think is happening, because this is just saying, I mean, it did say 0 out of -1, I guess. So we call this when we set the max furniture count, we should be redrawing it. So maybe it never got drawn originally. Cause max furniture count. Yeah, what probably happened is it drew once on the first frame or something. And then I guess probably when something happened. But then as all the furniture was adding itself to the house manager, it would be adding max furniture count, but it never redrew it. Maybe that's the case. Let's see. Fingers crossed. $0 out of $-1. First of all, is curly braces not how you do? Where's my browser window? C# string interpolation. $. Oh. It's not. All right. $sign goes out here, right. This and this go away. But that's not the real issue because we still have a -1 on furniture count. But at least that will help. So we have a couple things still we can test. So that should turn orange now. When they start loading, it should start counting up. Perfect. They're rendering in front of it now. They wait their turn. Next guy is on his way too. Cool, cool, cool. Should turn back blue. We should, when it finishes, over here, we should do truck unloading status manager dot update seconds remaining 5. So the bar resets to 0. And we should also, right, when do we set add loaded furniture piece? We do not. I guess that should be in accept, which is what happens if they still have the furniture when the process ends, which we might need to double check that. If we need to basically make sure that the furniture's parent is us. We are the ones holding that furniture. So bool is furniture, parent is us, sure. If is furniture parent us, blah, blah, blah. Then we accept it onto the truck. And we target truck spot. Do we have the reference of the manager in here? We do not. Target truck spot dot. What have we got? We want, I guess, in accept is where we'd have that to add +1 to the furniture being loaded on. Okay, so that is fine. We don't necessarily need it added here. But whether it's actually still being held by us or not, we should still end the moving process, which maybe we should end up doing before this if like the player grabs it out of their hands or something. But I think that's fine. Like we can waste their time. It might even be a strategy. And then regardless of whether it was actually loaded on or taken away, we need to reset that state. So let's just move all this down here, get it nice and conceptually organized. Cool. So that should look nice. I still don't know why the total number of furniture is not drawing. So I want to look at here. So when a new furniture controller is instantiated, when it starts up, we add that furniture that it's associated with to the house manager here. And we just immediately redraw the furniture loaded text. We don't set max furniture count ever. Yep, that checks out. 0 references. Any other? Okay, that's the last one probably. So here, this will update like multiple times for the first frame because it'll happen every time furniture adds itself to the list. But I think that's fine because it'll only keep going up and then it'll converge on the actual real number. So we can say update max furniture in HUD based on current furniture. And so this could even, like, if we had furniture that spawned other furniture over time, like, I don't know, a bookshelf that drops books on the ground every few seconds, Every time that new furniture gets instantiated, it'll re-update all this and add another one. So we want set max furniture count to furniture to move.count. Sure. And that's kind of related to that. So that should work, surely. I do want... Let's very quickly, I don't want to get too distracted, but when we get to the truck, that happens when we've reached our final node in the waypoint, which will be the center of the truck and not like the edge. I think that's fine because that is a little bit nicer for like waiting your turn also. All right, let's see this in action. The thing we've been building for hours. Let's see what we got. All right, well, that's already wrong. That makes me think we didn't even save that file because that's just a string literal. Yeah, that wasn't saved. Anything else not saved? We're good. Let's try that again. We should all work. Should all work. All right. We got this. Fingers just tangled, crossed so hard. Should say 0 out of 13. All right, perfect. And now people keep coming on in. They kind of wobble a little bit. I didn't realize they weren't perfect circles. That's kind of fun. We could also color this based on whether it's in use or not also. And we could even match these colors. So first guy, it's now orange. It's counting up. Cool, cool, cool. Should say 1 out of 13. It does. He should leave. I mean, other guy's already using it. It's fine. Okay, 2 out of 13. All right, we need to adjust the stopping distance on these guys. Three out of 13, cool. All right, yeah, that is fine. This is not centered, I just realized. This UI pack has got to be an intentional troll, like with these guys, that everything is just so slightly off. Okay, icon frame. I mean, it's not even centered here. I thought it was just going to be the images not being perfect circles. All right, that's fine. Yes, movers. Let's go look at our movers. Mover. So we want them to have an arrival threshold of like 0.5. We want to bring it in so they stop trying to cut corners as much. But we'll keep their grab distance high. I want to see where the grab distance is used. I think it's just for furniture. It might be nice to also have the truck use it. Grab distance. So for furniture, yes. Okay, it's just that. So here, when we return to the truck, we probably want to compute our distance to the center of the loading bay. And that'll help with like when you see two people in line at the bay, one of them will finish and then he has to like get around the other one, but the other one's already started loading. It'll prevent that other one from starting loading if they're more than one player distance away from that center point. So we should do here. How do we want to organize this? Because we can do float distance is that. So that'll get us to the platform, and we can do if distance is less than grab distance. I feel like we should keep even lower. Like grab distance is 1. I want to do public float unload distance of like even half that. And then check to see if we can do the loading process or if we need to continue it. But if it's available or we are working on it, then we do stuff if we're next to it. That's gonna, so it'll prevent that second worker from starting it, but like the player could move a worker away from it, and so it would be in progress working, but the work wouldn't progress. Or maybe it would because it's handled by the truck loading spot. Because we're not handling like the time remaining and things. We just mark it done when we are close enough. So the player would move it away, or the player would be able to shove a worker away. The progress would still complete, but it wouldn't actually finish until that worker got back to the loading spot. That's probably fine. I mean, let's look. Let's see what it feels like. When it compiles. Okay, so here, oh, we didn't press play. Just compiling, right. But I think this UI looks a lot better, like down here, than that sort of like banner across the top. All right, so this shouldn't cut corners as much. That's true. I almost feel like we need like a 0 or very, very low on their thing. So this is going to count up. This guy should be delayed until this guy gets out of the way. Yeah. Okay, so they get out of the way. This guy loads up. So if I shove him away, it's pretty hard to do actually, which is probably for the best. But we'll give it one more try. And yeah, I think matching this color here will be really nice. Yeah, because we're both circles, it's just so hard to shove them away. Okay, that's fine. All right, so this is a problem. This is lots of problems. But that's fine. Let's go ahead and take this mover. Let's take our arrival threshold down to 0.1. I think that'll be good. They won't get stuck on the corners as much, but they will still get stuck on other furniture, especially when that furniture is like piled in a corner. I don't know yet how we want to, like we had talked about a couple different ways to change the pathfinding earlier to address that. Don't know which option we want to take. But let's get this loading spot color also working. So it should start, let's just do this, start at this color. Truck loading spot, start loading process. Let's say public color, not in use color, and public color, in use color. When we start the loading process, we will say, well, we need actually our sprite renderer. Wait. Oh, right. It's not an image. Okay, I think this will be fine. Sprite renderer. Oh yeah, I guess this won't really matter as much when we actually have sprites, since the blue might not be blue, but we'll do this for now. Why not? Sprite renderer. Here we want sprite renderer dot color is equal to in use color, and then here sprite renderer dot color is equal to not in use color. Easy peas. And then we go set that up. Sprite renderer is right here, and then not in use color is U with full opacity. You know what? 150 opacity. And in use color, let's grab that off this guy. There we go. Copy. Paste. And also, let's do 200 on that. So it'll also get like thicker, more presence. Cool. So last piece is when we start. Let's start. Yeah, I mean, I guess that'll do. We don't necessarily need to set this ourselves. Sprite renderer gets set, and we set the color to not in use. Cool. Let's see if that works. I feel like it takes so long to compile for even the smallest game. I don't know if my Unity's borked or what, but this is a beefy boy. Shouldn't take that long to compile a little thing. But alright, we should see that loading area is blue, should match this color. So when this goes, or when this goes orange, this should also go orange. Traffic jam is rough. Yup. Okay. Cool. And whatever icon I'll draw here, I'll just put in this area as well. Alright, we definitely need to figure out something on the pathfinding because there's no game if you can just run around and do all the objectives before anybody gets to them because they're all stuck. But I think that's something I want to like research some options and the pros and cons of each, and maybe I can talk about that next week. But I think I have been streaming for about 5 hours now, and I am down to finally have some more water and have some snacks. So I think we will find somebody who is also coding for the Brackeys Game Jam, and we will raid them. And I will make that quick and painless. This guy's working on a platformer in Godot, and so, you know what? That seems great to me. Oh wait, he's 5 hours into his stream. All right, maybe not. Let's see. This guy's an hour and a half in, also using Unity. Perfect. That sounds great to me. He's got 15 seconds of ads when you first join in, I guess. So let me just do this. And yeah, it's been super fun working on this so far. Thanks everyone for being here. We had some good chats. I do game development streams every Tuesday, so come on back next week. And I'll be back to my big game next week, working with Tony Sprocket, making a big crafting RPG. If that sounds fun, give a follow. We'll be back next week. We're going to go raid Olag now. Tell him I said hi.